Good evening. If you have a speaker slip, please remember to submit them as soon as you can. Thank you.
Hereby call this meeting to order at 7:11 p.m. Welcome to the June 23rd, 2026 Millbrae Regular City Council meeting. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Riley.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fung.
Here.
Mayor Rinaldi.
Present.
4 members of the City Council are present.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty, so we're going to start the council meeting off with our ceremonial presentation. We have a proclamation proclaiming June 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month. And today we have Laura Imbodi, Regional Commissioner of Millbrae American Youth Soccer Organization. Come again? Apologies, folks, we had a last-minute change.
My apologies. So it will be received by Anthony Carrillo. He is a 12UB player in Millbrae American Youth Society Organization, AYSO, Region 145. And also it will be received by Kenny Katana, and he is the AYSO Safety Coordinator and 14-19U Division Coordinator.
All right, thank you for that. And Councilmember Nguyen, I believe you have the proclamation.
Whereas parks and recreation are integral parts of communities throughout this country, including Millbrae, California, and whereas parks and recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And parks and recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illness such as depression, attention deficit disorder, and whereas parks and recreations encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, dance, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas parks and recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutritional services, education, and whereas parks and recreation programming and education activities such as one of school time programming, youth, sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas the City of Millbrae recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, and whereas Millbrae Recreation is proud to present opportunities and programs that encourage our community to stay active and social, such as an array of festivals, community movies, and concerts. Our Parks Units and Recreation Department are committed to continuing to provide top-level service to our community that includes opportunities to interact with nature and stay physically and mentally active. Now, therefore, the members of Millbrae City Council do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month.
All right, thank you very much, Councilmember Nguyen. Please.
Thank you very much, council members, manager. On behalf of Parks and Rec and the AYSO, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to accept this award, or the proclamation. And it's been a pleasure working with the city and Parks and Rec department as the years have gone on. I think we've developed a good relationship, and it's been a beneficial one for us for sure. And look forward to continuing to do that and as we continue to work, we are always looking for ways to help improve and give back to our community, and looking at ways that we can expand our program and provide more offerings to more people, and be able to provide different programs to people that may need it that don't get the joy of soccer yet. So, thank you very much.
Thank you for those words. And does the council, opening it up for comment, does anyone have any comment? Seeing none, I'm going to make a quick comment. Someone who played AYSO here in Millbrae for many, many years, played on the infamous Silver Bullets team. I think that was back in like the late 80s or early 90s. We actually had a really good season. But it's important to stress how important AYSO is to the youth. Not only is it teaching them good manners, sportsmanship, how to work together collaboratively, but it helps to build lifelong friendships. Many of the friends that I made on the field when I was playing back in kindergarten still have today. So thank you for your service and for everything you do for the youth here. Appreciate it. Would you like to come on up to accept the proclamation and get a photo with us?
Yes, please.
Come on up. All right, thank you very much for that. Next, we're going to be on the agenda overview staff briefing. So City Manager Tom Williams, can you please provide the City Manager update?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tom Williams, City Manager. As we start off, I just wanted to recognize this is our third week of summer camp over at the Recreation Center. It's always a very popular program, waiting list, and I just wanted to recognize Hannah Moran and her staff for always putting together just a great program for the summer. I've gotten a lot of feedback from parents and participants that they really enjoy it, and it's just a really nice, great program that Recreation puts together. So I'd like to just recognize Hannah and her team for knocking out of the park again this summer. Since our last meeting, the day after the last meeting on Juneteenth, we welcomed Commissioner Marilyn Hollinger from the LGBTQIA Commission of San Mateo County to raise the Progress Pride flag in recognition of Pride Month. So we'd like to thank her and all of the staff and Millbrae residents that attended the flag raising to show support for our LGBTQIA community. Then the following Saturday, our joint celebration for Juneteenth. That was Saturday, June 13th at 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. At San Bruno City Park. I know a lot of you were in attendance. Council members from San Bruno were present. And this was the second time that we've collaborated with the City of San Bruno on just a terrific event. Great performances by Pure Ecstasy, Hope Briggs, storytelling by Kirk Waller, and barbecue by Hip Hop Barbecue Shack that always sells out the event. So it's just a nice partnership, a really terrific partnership between Millbrae and San Bruno to host this Juneteenth celebration every year. So I'd like to just recognize everyone that was behind the scenes that helped put this event together from both the City of Millbrae and City of San Bruno. Upcoming events, 4th of July is coming up. our Beats, Brews, and Vines event will be held on 4th of July in Central Park, starting at 11:30 a.m. and go to 3:30 p.m. This is our third year of hosting a 4th of July event, so everybody come out, enjoy festivities. We'll have food trucks, bands, a beer and wine garden hosted by Bacchus here in the city of Millbrae. So we just, before you go and see your fireworks, come by Central Park and enjoy the festivities for 4th of July, on 4th of July from 11:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Also, we continue with our outdoor movies on July 10th, 7:30 p.m., 8 o'clock, depending on when it gets dark. The movie does start at sundown at Central Park. Again, Friday, July 10th, and the movie is Minecraft. So this, I was out at the last Friday night movie, and the weather was fantastic, and I think it's the largest crowd that we've ever had. So the popcorn machine's going, just a terrific time for kids and families to come out and have an outdoor movie. Also, I'd like to recognize the great work of Central County Fire Department. Last Friday, there was a fire up in the Mills Estates neighborhood. The cause of the fire, as we understand it, came from inside a structure, an accessory dwelling unit. Then it spread to a grass fire. Just want to recognize that the CCFD crews and the chief responded. You know, the response time was phenomenal. They knocked down the fire. There was, the ADU was damaged, but as dense it is up there, as you know, the work of the CCFD firefighters saved multiple structures and was able to control the fire. So I wanted to recognize the great work of our fire crews. And that was last Friday. And so that just is a very quick briefing of what's happening since the last council meeting and what's happening in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you very much for that update, City Manager Williams. And now we're going to move on to the approval of minutes. Do we have any?
Excuse me, Mayor, we do have a closed session report out.
Oh, okay, please go ahead.
We have two items. June 17th, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. Closed session held pursuant to Government Code, Section 54956.9D1. County of San Mateo v. State of California et al., San Francisco Superior Court. And nothing to report for that. The second item is from today, June 23rd, conference with legal counsel, consideration of initiation of litigation. Closed session held pursuant to Government Code, Section 54956.9D4. And nothing to report.
Thank you very much for that closed session report. So with that being said, we're going to now move on over to approval of minutes. We have special meeting minutes from June 6, 2026. Any council comments on that? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Got a motion from Vice Mayor Fung and a second from Councilmember Nguyen.
The two set of minutes are approved by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And now we're going to go to regular meeting minutes for June 9th, 2026. Any council comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Motion from Councilmember Nguyen and second from Vice Mayor Fung.
The June 9th regular meeting minutes are approved by a vote of 4-0.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. Seeing that there's no oral report from city committee commissions chairs tonight, we're going to move on to public communication. So this portion of the agenda is reserved for those who wish to comment on any item not appearing on tonight's agenda. However, speaker must address subject matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Every speaker will have 3 minutes. The speaker is to address directly to the entire council, not individual council members nor the public. In-person speakers, please submit a speaker slip. To participate on Zoom, click the raise hand button located on the controls at the bottom of your screen under the React. If you're joining by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll be called upon when it's your turn. So we got a couple speaker slips here within the chamber. Looks like I've got one for public comment. And this is Sam Liu. Sam, would you please come up?
I'm kind of addressing the same,
Can you get closer
Speak into the mic.
to the mic?
Mayor, council members, and public. I'm kind of addressing the same matters that I spoke to you at 3 months ago. I'm very glad that you limit the speed limit to 25, and there's a lot more stoplights on El Camino. That's a positive sign. But the issue is, I sent an email to the city manager with pictures this time, that vehicles in the same section from the Malaysian restaurant to the first stoplight, a medium-sized SUV or truck, still the wheels cross over the lines of the bike lane, so it's not exactly safe there. I don't know what you could do, but I just wanted to bring that up. Also, a month ago, there was a letter to the San Mateo County Daily Journal, or whatever it's called. The letter writer was going, we can't blame teenagers for getting hit by vehicles. And then I thought, well, they should be out in the streets. But then she brought up a very good point, is the vehicles are driving recklessly and not careful. I mean, because are we not a society of people? Anyways, that's all I wanted to say, that I'm very happy to see that there's progress, but it's still dangerous when you come out of the Millbrae station, and there's no other way for me and many other people but to cross El Camino. Thank you, City Council, for hearing my, just thank you for making it safer.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. We appreciate your comment. City Clerk, do we have any speakers that are online?
We do not, Mayor, but I believe we might have another speaker slip. I believe it's Ann Snyder. I think she combined 2 items in one.
Okay. Ms. Ann Schneider, please.
Before all the
Former
big-
Mayor Schneider, please.
Hi, Ann Schneider, Palm Avenue. I just wanted to thank and congratulate all of the staff and all of the former planning commissioners and community development and public works staff. Last Wednesday was the official ribbon cutting of San Mateo Transportation Authority and Caltrain moving to Millbrae. And I have to say, as someone who worked on that project starting in 2016, it brought up a lot of emotion and how actually that project split a lot of the people of Millbrae. Now, again, my new best friend, AI, we're chatting about it, and a lot of those people where we might be on different sides were then together as we worked on La Quinta, and now we might be on different sides for the downtown business improvement district. But all in all, it showed how we came together. We worked on things. We've made Millbrae a better place. And I think it's something to hang on to tonight. You guys have a tough city council agenda tonight, and I feel for you, and I wish you the best of luck. But golly, it was a glorious day to be the largest multimodal station and now have 2 transportation agencies in Millbrae. They will learn what it's like up here in North County, and I think it's the beginning of a really terrific partnership. But thank you to the city manager and Harry. It went through 5 different community development directors during that time, and different city councils and different planning commissioners. But congratulations to Millbrae. Thank you.
Thank you, former Mayor Schneider. Appreciate your
So,
comment.
Mayor, we do have one hand raised online now.
Fantastic. If we could call that public speaker.
Oh, she just lowered it again, so I don't believe there's any other public comment. Thank you.
Okay. So then that will end public comment. So now that moves us on to consent calendar. And I'm going to actually request that we pull one item from consent calendar, and that's going to be the event policy, which is item number 8. So I'm going to pull that one, and I want to know if there's any other items on the consent calendar that anyone wishes to pull. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar to approve, minus item 8. Got a motion? Motion by Councilmember Nguyen, a second by Vice Mayor Fung.
Consent calendar except for item number 8 passed by a vote of 4-0.
All right, thank you very much. So with that being said, I'm going to move us to item number 8, which was just pulled, and That is the adoption of a resolution, the City of Millbrae, and special event policy. Looks like we have a couple public comments on that. This item is regarding an event policy that staff had worked on. We had quite a few meetings about it. And should we just go directly into public comment?
If you like.
Sure, we can go into public comment. So I'll call up the first speaker, Vernon Bruce.
Good evening, Mayor Rinaldi and council members. I just want to say, I'll make this as brief as I can. I just want to say that regarding the events and whatnot, I think more concern needs to be given to the value of these events to the city as opposed to the cost to the city. I think, again, as was discussed at about a month ago or so, previous council meeting, a lot of sales tax revenue is generated by these, both at the event, within the event, and within the city's businesses that are already here, and of course, ongoing business that's generated after the festivals are over. So I think more concern should be given to that. I see these costs that were lined up for this item that was pulled, and obviously the nonprofits can't afford over $100,000 in costs for those events. Sorry, I'm getting over a cold, so I don't quite talk too well, but that's good for you. I won't be talking that much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Bruce. Always appreciated. That's going to bring us to our next speaker, Ms. Jean Wong.
Good evening, Mayor Rinaldi, Vice Mayor council members. My name is Jean Wong. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to thank Hannah Moran and the staff for their excellent work on drafting the new Millbrae event policy. It's obvious that much thought and analysis were given into crafting the policy, so thank you very much. I have two comments regarding the event policy. The first is on the duration of the street closure events. I agree that the proposed number of days for special event street closures be limited to 7 days annually. I would like council to consider, however, adding a new policy provision to limit the number of 2-day street closure events to a total of 2 to be effective to 2028. Implementation in 2028 would provide adequate time for planning purposes and allowed event sponsors to continue with their approved plans for 2026 and also for 2027, if and when they are approved by City Council. The benefits of a two-day limit provision includes, one, creating an opportunity for interested sponsors to introduce a new event to Millbrae to enjoy without incurring additional costs or expenses to the city. Number two, provides residents with a greater variety of festivals to enjoy, further enforcing Millbrae's commitment to diversity and inclusion. And three, reducing the number of weekends when residents must alter their normal routines for 2 consecutive days in order to complete their normal routines, such as shopping and going to the bank. Merchants will also benefit as well with reduced businesses, with reduced business disruptions, and can operate their businesses more as normal. My second comment is on the waiver of fees for special events. While I believe Millbrae should not waive special event fees, I understand there are occasions when it would be appropriate to waive them, and I would agree to that. To standardize the waiver approval process, I would like to suggest that council consider tying the fee waivers to the amount of expenses incurred by the city, expenses incurred by the city to support them. For example, if city expenses exceed $50,000 to support, then perhaps those fees should not be waived. However, if city incurs $10,000 of city expenses, then perhaps 100% of the fees should be waived. So there should be some sort of commensurate schedule that compares expenses incurred by the city, and also the amount of fees waived. And such a schedule, I believe, will provide transparency, standardization, and unbiased decision-making. So thank you so much for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Appreciate your comment. And now I'm going to call up the last speaker that I have in-house for this agenda item, Ms. Marion Kong.
Good evening. I just have some comment after I reading the documents of this. Okay, I really believe whatever is proposed actually had too much administrative discretion. The city can limit vendors, relocate booths, impose additional restriction, modify, terminate event, define future guidelines separately. And then many other decisions actually is depending on the phrase in there say, when deemed necessary, operational impact, public welfare, city staff discretion. So actually this rule make it very, very subjective. Everything is done by the city staff, okay? So anyway, and then also there's a lot of things I have a little question. And then also let's say if the council approved the policy, but the future staff could tighten requirement without another council vote. And then the good standing is very vague. What do you mean by good standing? I do not really know. Fee waiver cap, $9,000 for Millbrae nonprofit, $4,500 for outside nonprofit. And based on the data provided, almost every event we had in past years are exceeding this limit. So I do not even know what to do. And then so what the limit, and then I had, for example, a fire department could charge an event $32,000. There's no fire truck, there's nothing. I don't know how that happened. One time 32,000, the other time 3,000. I do not know what happened. I don't know how the calculation come from. And then so what happened with this other event? If city want this event, who's gonna absorb the cost? Can all the city nonprofits absorb the cost? We are all very small. We're all very small. And then anyway, then I really believe this policy has geared on a lot of power shifted to the city staff. Basically, what the city staff say, what it is. There's nothing really spelled out in the policy. Nothing really clearly. And per Ms. Wong said, there's no schedule. Who knows what's going to happen, okay? And then so anyway, my final opinion of this is a professional written policy, but it leans heavily toward control and risk management rather than encouraging community events. I want you to reconsider. I am requesting remove this particular item for future discussion. I also would like to request a public and unbiased marketing research survey to all our businesses in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Khan. City Clerk, do we have any raised hands online for this item?
We do. The first speaker is Gina Papin. Please accept that mute. Gina Papin. She lower her hand again. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers online?
There's no other hands raised.
Okay. All right, so with that being said, we're going to bring comments back to the council for discussion. Any council comments? So I'll go ahead and start off the discussion. First, I want to thank city staff for all the due diligence that they've done working to put this event policy together. I want to stress with importance that this is a policy, not an ordinance, meaning that it could be changed in the future. I realize this is the first time we're approaching this. I also want to reiterate that when we entered into this, the last time this item was present, we talked about not eliminating any of the existing events that we have today, which is something that, from this chair, I still firmly believe. So when I look at this event policy, I look at it as a very good starting point. I do, however, have some of the questions on how we kind of vet the nonprofits and understand what good standing is as well. I think some of the comments that we heard today in public comment were quite informative. I think there are some questions that I myself was even asking as I went through this. For instance, I look at one of the items here labeled C, Special Event Financial Report will be required. This should include a summarized expense and revenue report for the previous year's event. If this is the first year for the event, a budget plan with an itemized estimate of expenses and revenue to be generated by the event. So it almost seems like people that are holding the event are self-reporting. So I was hoping that with staff, we could bring this item back for further review before we bring it to the city council, especially putting some guidelines about how we review a nonprofit. Is there something like, for example, do we take an IRS Form 990, which is an annual public filing that most nonprofits submit to the IRS? Maybe these are questions that staff could ask now that I didn't have clarification in the report to help guide us through this discussion. So if staff would be as kind to talk a little bit about how we vet these nonprofits.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so we do require paperwork that does show that the nonprofit is actually a nonprofit. We actually also can look that up online. There's a guideline so we can look up and make sure that they're actually a registered nonprofit. So that does happen before we bring anything to council for a fee waiver in this case.
Got it. And is there any set process regarding whether a nonprofit's in good standing?
Yeah, so there is some clarification in the policy when it comes to good standing. That includes following city policies. I'm trying to go to the section, I just highlighted it. 1 second. So section 7 under compliance, they must, to be in good standing, you must comply with all applicable city policies, including special event guidelines, which we do also mention in this policy. There is a separate administrative guideline that talks a little bit more about gets into the weeds of planning an event. And then, of course, permit conditions. So that would include, but it's not limited to, county health permits, any central county fire permits that are required, and then, of course, any alcohol and beverage control licenses and legal requirements. So the county also has requirements, again, in regards to health permits, alcohol and beverage, and of course, we work with CCFD, and they can have their own event permit requirements as well. So we'd be looking to ensure that the nonprofit who went in for a fee waiver is in good standing by following all of these. And that is under section 7, the compliance and enforcement.
Got it. Thank you very much. Any questions from the council? Vice Mayor Fung.
Thank you so much. Could you address a little bit about, and thank you for putting all the costs together. You know, we've got some of the major events that we've been hosting every year. Some are in the neighborhood of about 10,000, some are 70,000, some are 125, some are 110,000. And then there's also mentioning maximum fee waiver is 9,000. How does that, you know, how does that reconcile? I want to make sure that, you know, some of the nonprofit who has been dedicating themselves to, you know, putting Millbrae on a map and promoting the city gets to continue to, you know, to make sure that these events are successful, and just want to make sure we clarify to the public what that means.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we did in our last report talk about the methodology we use for fee waivers. So that is based on our master fee schedule, which does list out costs for street closures, barricades, things of that nature, including things like advertising in our activity guide, things like that. Those are all in our master fee schedule. And that's the methodology we're using to give fee waivers. And as part of this policy, that is what would be continued to be used. So with that, you would see that some of the things that have come forward to you all before would be like the Art and Wine, their fee waiver may be just $6,000 for Art and Wine based on the methodology of using the master fee schedule. What we also presented at council's request was an actual study of direct costs to us. So the fee waiver, we would continue to use the same methodology, meaning that, again, most nonprofits have not gone over that 9,000 per year, or if they have, it's been very slight. The direct costs we do handle separately. So the direct costs, including CCFD and police, those fall under our contract with them. We haven't gone over the limit of our contract, so that has fit within our contract, but that is a direct cost to us. However, that's not the fee waiver we're bringing forward to council. So if we're saying $150,000 it costs for an event, we're still using the same methodology where the fee waiver would be closer to the $6,000 to $9,000 per event, which is what we have been disclosing and showing you all.
So I guess the question, bottom line, is does this new policy limit how historically in the last few years we've been running these events? Will they fit into this policy? Will they continue, or will this policy sort of eliminate some of these festivals?
Yeah, with the current policy, it really does move us forward as is. A little bit more discretion in regards to booth placement, the number of food vendors, but we really are moving forward, essentially holding where we're at, keeping the present events as is, nonprofits really receiving similar fee waivers. Again, the highest we ever got by one entity in the past few years within one fiscal year was $9,869 was the highest we've gotten in one fiscal year. So again, if we're continuing as is, maybe there would be a $600, $1,000 fee from the nonprofit, but again, the majority of our nonprofits have fit within that $9,000 if we continued as is.
So let's say someone comes in with a fee waiver for $9,800, they'll just have to top it off on top of the
Correct.
$9,000 minus the CPI, whatever that might be, increase every year.
Yes, correct.
3%, what have you. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question or your comments, Vice Mayor Fung. Councilmember Nguyen, Councilmember Riley. Councilmember Riley?
Hey, Hannah. Previous speaker mentioned they're charging more than $30,000 from fire department and not even see fire truck. Do we have to see fire truck? If the fee is too high, can we negotiate the price?
Yeah, thank you for that. Good. Okay. Thank you for the question. Yeah, so that is based on the request we have for the fire department. So I think a lot of what you are looking at, and something we went over in the past study session, is a big difference between the Lunar New Year cost of, it was around $37,000, and then there is a mid-autumn where it was less. That is really because we did have a truck stationed. So we did have Chief Pucci talk about this. So for the event where it costs more, there was a dedicated fire truck for that day, as well as there was a booth stationed as well. So then we have personnel in the booth. And so those are really the costs. When the fire truck comes out, it is usually at the request of the city. We look at everything with all of our departments, and we analyze it and see what we need as far as emergency services. Again, those prices though, and those costs, the city does look at these events as a community benefit. And so those are absorbed within our current contracts. So those have been able to be absorbed. We are being transparent with the council though, to let you know how much personnel is on site for these events.
Yeah, I think to clarify that a little bit is those costs are not charged to the nonprofit. We just wanted to disclose to the council what the total cost with the city. So I think one of the public speakers, Mr. Bruce, had mentioned, you know, the economic benefit, the intangible benefit of the city for hosting these festivals and events. And so that's what, you know, the $9,000 cap does not include those additional costs. The city actually provides the funding for those costs. So they're two separate things. One is the permit cost,
Correct.
up to $9,000. Again, the review of safety, plan check review, building department review, for health and open flames, et cetera. Public works, street closures. But these other high costs, we were just presenting that to the city council and public, what the total cost was. That the city's contribution, because of the intangible economic value of these festivals, is important enough to continue with that. So hopefully that's clear, that we're not charging the nonprofits the $120,000,
Yes.
$130,000 for that, or we're not trying to recover that cost.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And another question, previous speaker mentioned many items have to city staff to prove. Do we have enough staff? Are we going to hire a new one? Why don't we let them keep us yes?
So,
We have enough staff to
Yeah.
cover it.
Okay.
Yeah, no question. We've been doing it, we'll continue to do it, and there's sufficient staff. I think, in terms of what the speaker was talking about is giving staff too much discretion. I do not agree with that at all. We have to be able to manage the implementation of the policy, and day in and day out, whether there's weather conditions, too many food booths because of the fact that we're getting complaints from brick and mortar restaurants, on the street. That's what we want to be able to work with the applicant year in and year out and try to hit that sweet spot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Riley. Any more questions or comments from the council? If not, I'll make a real quick comment myself. Really glad that staff had clarified these points. Really glad for the public that came out to speak about this action item. Feeling a lot more confident based off what I said at the beginning of this item, that the intent is to keep all the events that we have here with all the nonprofits, not try to limit any of the events that are going on, really to use a living, breathing policy to gauge where we're at year after year and make the adjustments necessary to keep Millbrae healthy with these special events that we do. So would anyone on council like to make a motion, or should I make the motion? I'll make the motion to move forward as proceed and accept the event policy as is. And we have a second by Councilmember Nguyen.
Item number 8 passed by a vote of 4-0.
All right, thank you very much. So that completes our consent calendar. All items on it have passed. So we're going to now move over to our public hearing. And that brings us to item number 12. So this is a public hearing. We're going to call on Harry Burrows, our project manager, to present the reports for items 12 and 13. After the report, council questions to staff relating to establishing provisions for the paid parking program will occur. Mr. Burrows.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, Harry Burrows. I'm the project manager for the city. Also here tonight on this item and the next item as well is Mr. Brian Shaw with Kimley Horman and Associates. He's our parking management consultant, and he's here to help answer any technical questions and provide more clarification as needed. So tonight's presentation addresses 2 municipal code amendments that establish the legal and financial framework necessary to implement a future downtown parking management program. Importantly, tonight's actions do not establish parking rates, the purchase of equipment, or authorize any construction. Rather, they create the tools that will allow the city to evaluate and implement parking management strategies in a deliberate and transparent manner in the future. The first item, the addition of Chapter 4.16 to the Municipal Code, creates the city's legal authority to operate and administer paid parking within city-owned and city-controlled parking facilities and public streets. The second item is the addition of Chapter 3.50 to the Municipal Code, and that establishes a dedicated parking enterprise fund so that any future parking revenues are accounted for separately and reinvested into parking-related improvements and operations. Together, these ordinances create the governance and structure necessary for a modern parking management program while ensuring financial transparency and accountability. And even though this presentation I'm giving tonight to the council covers both of these items, Each item does require a separate public hearing and separate actions by the City Council. So why are the code updates needed or necessary? Millbrae, obviously, as everyone knows, is undergoing significant change, positive change. We've got tremendous amount of new residential development, as evidenced by the Office Depot redevelopment at 959 El Camino, the El Rancho project, 1301 Broadway. That's going to bring over 700 units of new residents into the city. We've got new office tenants, including Icon and what was mentioned earlier, the Samtrans and Caltrain in the transit area. That is immediately 600 to 700 employees, growing to over 1,000 employees ultimately in those two buildings. And we also have continued commercial activity, new restaurants, Slice House, Momo, and other businesses both downtown and within the transit area. All of these have created increasing demand for a finite supply of parking spaces. As demand grows, one of the most common complaints becomes not necessarily lack of parking, but difficulty finding available parking close to desired destinations. So when convenient spaces are occupied for extended periods, customers, visitors, and short-term users often circulate through downtown searching for parking. That creates congestion, frustration, and reduced accessibility and lost revenue for businesses. The purpose of these code updates is to provide the city with tools to better manage parking availability and turnover so that existing parking supply works more efficiently for everyone. So what is before the City Council tonight? I think this slide summarizes it. Again, it's important to distinguish what these ordinances do from what they do not do. Tonight's action establishes authority and procedures. It does not establish parking rates, permit fees, or operational details. Any future rates, permits, enforcement hours, or significant program decisions will come back to the City Council through separate public processes. So this approach allows the city to first create the legal framework and then develop program details through future policy discussions informed by public input and operational analysis. Again, specific details of the parking program will be determined in future actions, some of which I will describe here in a little bit more detail later tonight. So the first ordinance before you tonight is the paid parking program. It's to establish provisions for paid parking by adding Chapter 4.16 to the Municipal Code. This ordinance modernizes the city's parking regulations and provides flexibility for future management strategies. Parking technology has changed significantly over the last decade. Communities increasingly rely upon mobile payment applications, permits, and electronic enforcement systems, rather than traditional coin-only operated meters. The ordinance is designed to accommodate these modern technologies while allowing the city to adapt over time as parking needs evolve. The ordinance also has flexibility in terms of paid parking areas, with the ability to make modifications over time as well. And rather than establishing or requiring future code amendments every time the technology changes, this ordinance establishes a framework that can support various parking management tools and approaches. So one of the key objectives is to give the city practical tools to respond to changing parking conditions. Different areas of downtown may have different parking demands at different times of day. This ordinance provides flexibility for the City Council to establish parking zones, operating hours, and rates through future resolutions rather than required repeated municipal code amendments. This allows the city to be responsive to real-world conditions while maintaining City Council oversight of majority policy decisions. The overall goal is straightforward: to ensure that parking spaces remain available and accessible for customers, residents, employees, and visitors. So customer and enforcement provisions. The enforcement provisions within the code are intended to support fairness and consistency. A parking management system only works when all users are operating under the same rules. The ordinance therefore establishes expectations regarding payment, permit compliance, overtime parking, and misuse of parking equipment. The excess time provision in the code is particularly important because it prevents vehicles from simply moving a short distance and immediately reoccupying the same high-demand areas. That provision supports the turnover objectives that benefit businesses and customers alike. Ultimately, these measures are designed to encourage compliance while maximizing the effectiveness of the city's parking inventory. So in summary of Chapter 4.16 addition to the Municipal Code, the paid parking ordinance creates the legal foundation necessary to implement future parking management tools when and if the City Council chooses to do so. Without this framework, many modern parking management strategies cannot be implemented effectively. This ordinance gives the city the authority needed while preserving future council discretion regarding how those tools are ultimately deployed. So the next item we move forward to is the second ordinance before you tonight, and that's the establishment of a dedicated parking enterprise fund. So this is an important accountability measure because it ensures that parking-related revenues and expenses are tracked separately from other city operations. Many communities utilize enterprise funds for services that are intended to be financially self-supporting. In this case, the enterprise fund creates a direct connection between parking revenues and parking-related expenditures. It provides transparency to both the City Council and the public regarding how parking revenues are collected and how they are spent. So this graphic illustrates the sources and uses of parking funds. Revenue sources include parking meters and kiosks, mobile payment applications, municipal parking lots and future structures, parking permits, citation revenue, and administrative penalties. All parking revenue will be deposited within the Parking Enterprise Fund, not the general fund. Parking Enterprise Fund expenditures may include operations, things such as parking equipment, software systems, maintenance and repairs, lighting and security. Also enforcement, personnel, and training, as well as license plate recognition technology, as well as capital improvements, parking lots, facilities, and hopefully future garages. So the enterprise fund has certain safeguards that are built into the proposed fund structure. Parking revenues would remain dedicated to parking purposes, would not, as I said, would not be deposited into the general fund. Any unspent revenues remain with the enterprise fund and can be accumulated for future improvements, maintenance, technology upgrades, or parking-related capital investments. This structure creates long-term financial sustainability while ensuring that users of the parking system can see a direct connection between revenues generated and the improvements delivered. Independent of these two items here before you tonight, assuming that these ordinances are adopted, staff intends to issue a competitive request for proposals in the coming weeks. The purpose of this RFP is to identify qualified parking management vendors and evaluate available technologies such as pay station types and manufacturers, mobile payment apps, and online payment issuance, as well as operational approaches, customer service models, and vendor cost structures. This RFP process is completely independent from tonight's actions. Adoption of these ordinances does not select a vendor, does not approve equipment, or does not commit the city to a specific operational model. Instead, it allows staff to gather information, evaluate options, and return to the City Council later this year with recommendations based on competitive proposals and industry best practices. So in summary, the most important takeaway is that tonight's actions establish the framework, not the final program. These ordinances create the legal authority necessary for future parking management, establish a dedicated and transparent enterprise fund, and provide the administrative tools needed to manage parking demand effectively. They do not set rates, they do not establish permit fees or purchase equipment or authorize any implementation. Those decisions will return to the City Council through a future public process. So again, we have two items before you tonight. The recommendation from the staff is that you take both these items separately, open public hearings on each, take public comment, close the public hearing. After closing the public hearing, hold discussion and questions, and then take action. So these actions tonight position the city to move forward with evaluating future parking management options while ensuring transparency, accountability, and continued council oversight. With that, that's the end of my presentation, and we're here to answer any questions or can answer them when you consider the items individually.
Thank you, Mr. Burrows. So with that being said, I'm going to pass it back to council for any questions to staff relating to establishing provisions for the paid parking program before we open up the public hearing. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Harry. I think parking, as we know, is a pretty controversial topic. There's lots of trade-offs, as you pointed out. If we can go back to the slide with the RFP, there's the selection criteria. One more before that one. That one. So maybe walk us through what does an ideal vendor look like, right? And then walk us through the process, your selection criteria. Like I get it, sometimes it's not the cheapest, but the highest value. So maybe you can walk us through that, would be much appreciated.
You know, I'm going to defer to our consultant, Mr. Brian Shaw, to answer that question since he has done numerous RFPs for these similar parking programs.
Thanks, Harry. We have drafted an RFP document that's under city review right now. We have used similar templates with other cities, so you're not the first. What we typically want to do is incorporate as much into that document as possible so the city has the opportunity to decide what of those features it wants to have. So we try to make it where there's options to consider, and if you choose to then pursue those options, then you would know exactly what it's going to cost to have those features as part of your program. So for example, we discussed in the development of the RFP a few weeks ago the ability for the city to monitor short-term parking stays with electronic means so that it improves the enforcement capability and allows people to interface with those spaces with minimal need for them to do anything, right? So we need to figure out what that's going to cost to do, and that's going to be in the RFP as one of the things for the city to consider, including in the program that will be part of that package. There are several providers of these services, particularly here in the Bay Area. Several of your neighbor cities are using these vendors to various degrees. We are looking for this RFP to be fairly comprehensive so that you would have the staffing to do enforcement, the technology that Harry talked about, the pay stations, the mobile app, perhaps this sensor technology to monitor the short-term parking, the ability to manage the tickets that may be issued online, issue permits virtually, and have a process for that to be using license plate-based technology for that. So it's going to be a very comprehensive approach, and then we will work with the city as your consultant to help determine what's going to make sense for the city to have as its parking management program. And as Harry mentioned, that comes back here for you all to review and approve and provide feedback into that process.
So for the effectiveness, and I could be getting ahead of myself here, but for the effectiveness of these programs, right, what do you typically look at? Like how much, like we talked about turnover of parking spaces, hopefully reduction of traffic, right? Or maybe even the dollars per parking space turnover being lower. Like, can you share some of the metrics you use too?
So you want to keep in mind, what would a vendor partner have the ability to manage that's under their direct control? So that's their ability to perform the level of enforcement that the city is requesting for them to do. So that's ensuring that they are out there going through their enforcement protocols on a frequency that's determined within the contract, and then monitoring that performance. The value of the parking space is less out of their control because that's based upon what's going on in the city. Do you have an event, right? They wouldn't have any control over that. So we have baked into several of these proposals that or RFPs we've done for other cities, what we call liquidated damages. And that is a performance metric so that these vendors know how they're going to be held accountable and that there are financial repercussions if they are not out there doing the work that they're contracted to do, that the pay stations are up and running, that the mobile app is working, that they're covering the ground that has been specified for them to do at the frequency necessary. The city could decide that that frequency needs to increase. That gets put into the contract as a change. Or it could be that we're seeing the performance of the parking spaces at a level and perhaps the enforcement pace can go down. So there's the ability to flex. So those are the types of things we put into the contract. But in terms of revenue per space or how many tickets they write, we don't recommend performing that way because those aren't under direct ability for a vendor to control and manage on a day-to-day basis.
Just one more comment. I'm not focusing on tic-tac type fees that we're trying to collect from people. It's more about value to the city, right? And then how do we track the effectiveness of that value that we think we're going to get from this program? So if you don't have the information now, but it would be great to hear that later if we do have that.
We'll be in a better position to answer those questions, Councilman, once we have some cost of the program and looking at what the cost per space to manage it is and the revenue potential. So we're waiting on that data to come back from these proposals, and we'll be in a better position to answer those questions later this summer.
Thank you.
Just a real quick comment and question to staff. First, the comment is that this whole paid parking initiative, going off of what you were saying, Councilmember Nguyen, this is more about fixing a solution with being able to get those spots to turn over. We realize that we have a lot of new developments that are coming online fairly soon. We have Office Depot, which I believe is 250 units. We have El Rancho, that'll be 378. We have the 1301 Broadway, which is about 97 units. This is going to bring a lot of new people into town. It's going to put a lot of stress on downtown with people trying to find parking spots during peak hours. So really the intent, I believe, from this council, obviously I'll let our council members speak for themselves, is more so to try to alleviate some of that pain of people coming to downtown and finding a parking spots, not trying to monetize off them, not trying to take advantage of them. So given the parameters that we have, really the paid parking solution is one of the more, I believe, immediate ways to get those spots to turn over. Obviously, there's a lot of talk about parking structure, which I wholeheartedly agree. I believe we need one for downtown, but at a cost of about an estimated $40 million a year. To put it in perspective for the general public, our general fund's about $43 million a year. So it's out of reach right now, and it needs to have some further exploration of how we fund that. So really, with that being said, that's kind of why we're having these discussions. I'll now pivot to my question, which is around the RFP. I realize what we're doing tonight is implementing the tools to further the process. So if we do so choose to put an RFP out there, then we can go through, create a short list, and select a vendor for a paid parking program. With that RFP, and I apologize, this may have been on one of your slides. It's kind of a warm day today, so bear with me. Would the council be able to weigh in on that RFP? Or is that RFP being done by staff to bring back to council for consideration? How does that process work?
Mr. Williams, I'm not sure if you want to jump in on this, but I'll address it at least initially. So I believe that prior council actions gave staff the authority to proceed with the RFP, but if it's something that the council wants to review, I'm sure we can bring that back in advance of issuance.
We'd be happy to bring it back to the council if that's your desire. Just remember, though, that then the timeline would also then be stretched.
Are we working with a certain timeline, time frame in mind?
Yes.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to accomplish is to issue the RFP here, hopefully within the next 2 weeks, so that we can get the proposals back. We can evaluate them while the council is dark during the month that you're dark, and then we can come back in September with a recommendation for you.
City Manager.
But again, we'd be happy, but just again, I'm just throwing it out there that the timeline and all that would just shift. Is there anything in particular that you would like us to include or consider? And we can address that whether it's currently in the RFP or not.
Yeah, speaking from this seat right here, I'm all about the end user experience. Once again, the intent isn't to nickel and dime our residents. It's to drive that turnover of the parking spots. And for me, the first thing that I think of is the end user experience. I know this is going to be quite a bit of change, and change isn't easy. Being a lifelong resident, I realize I've grown quite accustomed to going to our downtown and being able to park and do what I need to do. With that being said, though, we do have a lot of population that is maybe not as savvy when it comes to using technology. And my preference would not be to have kiosks, but to use more of a system like some of our neighbors have that have individual meters where you could put coins, tap features, credit card. I know that might be a little bit more burdensome on working all those different devices, But once again, I really firmly believe in the end user experience, making this as simple as possible for residents, because this is quite an adjustment from what we're used to.
Yeah, I think we can address that in the RFP, kind of that balance of, you know, the more meters you have in, the more cost it is, right, to repair and maintain. Under state law, even the multi-space parking meters have to take cash, coins.
They have to take coins at a minimum.
And then in our short-term parking, in the proposal, correct me if I'm wrong, we do have individual meters. So in the short-term, like green spaces, you know, 20 minutes, 10-minute spaces, we have individual meters. I'll say the other thing too that we've learned is that our neighbor to the north, we are not going to say, you know, you have to pay $1 an hour and you're only going to be there for 10 minutes. We're going to pay in increments, probably 15-minute, 10-minute or 15 increments, very much like the model in San Francisco, City of San Mateo do. So we have that, and I believe a balance of, you know, to the mayor's point, easy for the parker, easy to understand, convenience and multi ways to pay for the parking, and really only the time that you're there is what you pay for.
There
Hopefully that.
will be higher costs with an individual space model, because you have more equipment to maintain, more work to have to maintain those machines. That's just the nature of the business. It's why most municipal parking operations have moved to multi-space meters or pay stations, because they have a tremendous impact on reducing cost, less vandalism, less maintenance, less collection, et cetera. Doesn't mean you have to do it that way by any means. And so what I would recommend is to factor in, Mr. Mayor, what you are looking for, and for then staff to bring back those costs, to say, if we were to have a single space meter approach in Millbrae, the cost would be X. If it was multi-space, I almost guarantee you it would be X minus. But you need to understand what those costs are and the repercussions, and we can get that information from these vendor partners that would be providing proposals to the city.
Yes, so to close up my comment here, I'd rather us not be penny wise, pound foolish. I'd like to see what those options are. My preference for this is to lean heavily on the end user experience to simplify this for all residents. So that way, as much of a drag as it is to have paid parking, at least the end user experience for the shopping process that they would go through down here wouldn't be as affected. So that would be my preference. If we could bring back both options with the costs, so that way this council can make a really educated, informed decision before taking this big step. Vice Mayor Fung, I believe you had a question.
Thank you. I was just making a suggestion where I think as part of this RFP process, I'm pretty sure we will have a few vendors to come up with some solutions, proposals, right? Obviously, as we draft this RFP, you know, we need to put in certain parameters. You know, you prefer to see some individual equipments, you know, I think, and I agree with the user experience part of it. The question there is, how do we maximize the user experience and yet be cost effective and be more long-term thinking along those lines, right? Obviously, everybody has a smartphone these days, right? And we need to take advantage of certain technology to make sure that these things are as easy as it possibly can. You know, QR code is pretty widely used these days. So there are a lot of strategies at which we can enhance user experience. And it may not necessarily be always having a meter in front of the parking space. You know, there are many ways to make sure that the user experience is as user-friendly as possible. But we want people to be in compliance. And we don't want to write tickets. We want people to be in compliance. We want to turn over these spaces and also at the same time be able to have a meaningful parking enterprise fund so we could, you know, enhance our parking inventory at some point, sooner rather than later. Very much sooner rather than later. And so, you know, perhaps it might be an idea that we bring this to a subcommittee and then have a discussion about it, you know, maybe a budget subcommittee, we can kind of hash it out a little bit, so that we could have these discussion, more of a, I want to call it workshop, but a more dynamic conversations on, how to turn these knobs, for lack of better words, so that we can come to a more effective RFP and therefore coming back with more user-friendly options and cost-effective options that fits the city better. We learned some of the lessons from some of our neighbors. We want to make sure that these lessons are productive for us. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. We can bring it back to a subcommittee and have that discussion hashed out.
Thanks, Vice Mayor Fung. I'd be open to that suggestion if the council would as well.
Mr. Mayor, a point of order.
Yes.
Citizen Ken Smith has an emergency.
Okay.
He's been waiting for public comment. He asked me to provide public comment on his behalf. We cannot do that as staff. So I don't know, point of order, if you could put his public comment on
Would
the.
staff like to take public comment right now, and then we can come back to council comments?
Thank you
So,
very much.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, you'll have to open the public hearing.
Okay.
So you just technically open the public hearing.
Yep.
You can keep it open. You don't have to close it, but then it allows Mr. Smith to speak
Got it. Okay, so we'll open public hearing
specifically
right
for
now.
item 12, yes.
Yeah, I apologize.
We'll open public comment right now and go to public, open public hearing and go to public comment.
I apologize, something just came up and I have to leave. So I only have really one comment. Millbrae is we're modernizing Millbrae, no doubt. Paid parking is on our forefront, no doubt. So, we're all gonna have to deal with it. I only have one caveat. Since it's the user experience, I would request to have a senior, middle-age, and youth kind of subcommittee from the residents as the RFP gets presented, and then the different types of equipment is being presented. So we, the citizens, not staff or council, even though we vote you in to represent us, I appreciate that very much as the democratic process. But I think that if we could have a 5 or a 7 citizen subcommittee after the RSP is produced to look at the equipment and say, which one would be best for us as citizens to use it, since we're the ones that are ultimately going to end up using the equipment. So that would be my comment. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Smith. Being that we're on public comment right now for this item, I'm going to start calling forward all the other members who've been waiting very patiently. First member will be Lishi Huang. Lisa, please. Thank you for your patience, Lisa.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council member and everyone here. I strongly oppose the installation of parking meter because they will place an additional financial burden on the resident, employee, and visitor while potentially harming local business. Paying parking may discourage customers from shopping locally and reduce participation in community events, festivals, parking, and other local attractions. Visitors and people from surrounding city may also avoid downtown area if parking becomes inconvenient or expensive. And I know that the difference between Millbrae and other cities is the free parking, because the free parking, it attracts lots of people from the neighbor cities. If this parking meeting, I'm sure that lots of visitors, tourists, and people around surrounding the city will significantly drop. This is the reason I strongly oppose the parking meter. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisi. Bringing up the next speaker, we have Susan Tran. Ms. Tran?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. One of Millbrae City's condition, better than the neighboring cities, such as San Francisco and San Mateo City, is that we do not have street parking meter. I can invite my friends to come over here to shopping, eating, and they appreciate grief right away because of friendly parking area. And I'm afraid if we lost this particular nice issue, maybe I'm the one to go out to other cities, shopping and eating. And in addition, comparatively, Millbrae is a small city. The income from the parking meter income may not cover or benefit a lot after setting up those modern meters or paying those consulting company, outsourcing companies. The cause and effect, we have to be really careful. Otherwise, we may have little income out of spending so many maintenance personnel and paying a lot of attention to that not really welcome issue. And I don't think it improved to use the parking meter to solve the problem of parking or let people go away as soon as possible. It's not a really good way. And please consider the cause and effect and before we really approve this not very welcome by the cities, citizens issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tran. Appreciate your public comment. Former Mayor Ann Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Ann Schneider, Palm Avenue. I hate paid parking. We all hate paid parking. But I'm also a former council member. I understand the budget. My concern is not so much the detail that was in the staff reports or what will go in the RFP. It's the fact that I haven't heard a commitment from City Council to work with the neighborhoods, all of the neighborhoods that are immediately adjacent to where this parking will go in. So my request for all of you tonight is to come up with a process. And in a way, this is sort of what I think Ken Smith was saying, a process where there can be participation by those neighborhoods, whether it's Hemlock, Bayside Manor, Lower Millbrae Highlands, the condominiums on Magnolia, et cetera, Park and Park, all of them, get them together because whether you like it or not, there's gonna be, and there already is, spillover parking into the neighborhoods. And that's my number one concern. When you add the fact that the sad thing of being close into the airport is we already have Waymo, we already have Uber and Lyft. They sleep in front of my house now. We have a parking problem, and I think the two problems need to be solved at the same time. Now, you're all aware that we're a small city, we have a number of existing city committees and commissions, and we don't really have parking and transportation. Parking ends up going to the subcommittee of Park and Rec, bike pedestrian. Not quite the best fit. So again, what Mr. Smith said and what I'm encouraging is that you come up with a process to work with the neighborhoods in a format that there can be back and forth discussion on that. Not a format where you come and you give your 3 minutes and maybe you guys will mention something that you hear, but a format where there can be real discussion on that because we're gonna have to have permits into these neighborhoods. And I thought about how when my dad died and after the service and after the special event at Peter's Cafe, all the family came over. Well, if I'm in a 2-hour parking and my family are coming from all over Northern California, where are they gonna go? A neighbor had a wedding in her house. She told all of us that it was happening. We all moved our cars so that she could have that wedding there. There's a number of things to think to make the neighborhood happy on that. So I encourage you. And I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm gonna disagree with you on the single parking meters. Remember, I had a broken leg. I have a very old mom. getting up and down a sidewalk with meters, and I do believe in trees, so I'd rather have trees than parking meters. When you are mobility impaired, everything you add to a sidewalk makes it more dangerous. And as we hopefully go forward with a downtown improvement district with wider sidewalks, we want people to enjoy those sidewalks. So it's not just the experience of somebody having to pay. And I heard the city manager say, new tech, can I sit in my car and pay it, put my license plate in, and I don't have to go look for a kiosk? Okay, I get it, I'll do that. But we want people to enjoy the downtown experience. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, former Mayor Schneider. Next speaker is Jean Wong.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My comments will be short. Whether or not you support or oppose pay parking, I don't think is the issue tonight. I really would like to see, parking is, I believe, the #1 issue facing the city today, and it's going to determine how the city's going to grow in the next decade or so. I think the city needs to move forward with approving the new ordinance so that it has the tools to come up with solutions to solve the problem. I think we're into the weeds currently. I know that we may want to review the RFP a little closer, but I think we just need to take some action tonight, approve the new ordinances, and make provisions for the things that the other speaker spoke about. But I think not moving forward and not taking action tonight is just not the right thing to do. I think council would be delinquent in their responsibilities to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Next speaker, Vernon Bruce.
Thank you again, Mayor Rinaldi and council members. I'll try to make this one short too. Just like things for you to consider, whether or not you adopt the ordinance. Removing the current obstacles would be quite helpful. A lot of stuff you have already currently if you just enforce it, such as the 1 to 2 hour parking ordinance. I'd probably get tagged a few more times than I do right now if it was adopted, but I'd be happy to pay that because, you know, that's what we need. Anyway, we've got underused electric charging spaces. I know that's really a nice fad and everything, but I see many times empty spots there when the rest of the city is badly congested. We still have a few remaining parklets that are causing problems, taking an excessive amount of parking for the 1 business or 2 businesses in that case that they take. Reviewing the existing 20-minute parking spaces, adding some in some places and subtracting some. I know you've heard this from a few of us before. Building the 3-level garage at Magnolia, I think is really, it sounds like more a back burner thing from what I heard earlier. I think that should be a front burner thing. I don't think it's going to cost $40 million a year. It's supposed to cost no more than $40 million to construct a one-time charge. The one that we're proposing would be smaller. That would be less than $40 million anyway, as I've addressed before. Be a place for employees to park and by permit, and that would get a lot of the cars off the street right there. Again, consider the sales tax revenue, which I don't see getting mentioned yet again. And I agree with what I just heard tonight with the resident committee there, like the business committee included in that too. Although I'd qualify with both of those to be on the committee myself, I will volunteer. You don't have to pay me. I'll volunteer for that committee. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Next speaker, Mr. Albert Yam.
Good evening, Mayor, Mr. Rinaldi, City Council. First of all, I want to thank staff for the detailed report, and it's all well-intentioned. It's a big problem for the city, and everyone speaks up on this issue. I think the I don't think the parking enforcement is going to move the needle. The real question, staff talked about 700 new units, 600 new employees, and is the parking meter going to relieve all this pressure? I think the real solution would be a parking structure. I know, there's the talk about the 40 million to build it and where that money comes from. But we've spent, 9 months, a year on this parking issue, looking into the solutions and, looking for a solution. I think, we need to really think about how to increase that number of parking spaces. We don't even have the new apartments, and none of that traffic is coming yet. Third, we talk about user experience. As vice chair for the Chamber of Commerce, I've been talking to the local merchants. None of them want the parking meter. Most of them don't, maybe I should say. Looking at neighboring city, when San Bruno put in the parking meter, the ones that hurt the most are the restaurants. If you're talking about like grocery shopping and going to Walgreens and whatnot, it's not going to take you 2 hours. So people are actually going to churn. They'll turn around. The one that stay long are the one that go into the restaurants. And in Millbrae, we actually have a lot of restaurant business in downtown. So that's going to impact our local business differently to other locations. Fourth point I want to make is that this is a big subject for the city. I think a lot of residents are invested and worry about how that impacts. I would suggest to put information on the city website so that, our residents can educate. I'm sure, staff with all the well-intentioned and the time they spent in analyzing these proposals, there's a lot of considerations put in place. And maybe it'll be a good idea for the general public to understand your concerns. Lastly, I also agree with Mr. Ken Smith and Ms. Shansly to talk about getting some residents.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Yam. You can complete your comment by emailing the council. Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Marion Kong.
Good evening again. Okay, I'll blank. We do have parking challenge, but parking structure is the way to go. And then I concur everybody said, this whatever the parking challenge we have, it should involve entire Millbrae, not just adjacent condominium homes or everything, because I don't live there, but I go to downtown all the time. Okay, so it should involve all. And then after I heard what Harry said, now I know this, whatever he's proposing, it's a framework. I did a research based on his framework. It came out with all these questions. I want to share with you all because I actually found out our council doesn't listen. They don't really listen what the residents say. They basically just make up their mind themselves. But I'm going to share this with you. Because the enterprise fund is a very good idea. But then we had to ask, does the Millbrae using parking meter to fund the general fund, will we create enough revenue? How many parking spots we have? Okay, I want you to think about it. And then also, there's something about when you do your RFP come out, I wish you will ask for what is projected revenue, projected operating costs, meter rate, enforcement costs, break-even analysis, and whatsoever. And then would the expansion of the parking program pay for itself? Because I also heard from our consultants that you had to invest and the equipment, you had to consider the maintenance, you had to consider the operation, create the reports, follow up, all these type of things. And those are expensive. I remember when we talked about this, when Ruben was still here, he did say one thing. If it's not going to break even, don't even do it. Even break even, don't even do it. Why do we get benefit of it? But we should focus on trying to find money to build a parking structure. Magnolia is a perfect place to do. And then also, have you ever thought about it? If you create this particular fund, if it generated revenue become $10 million and the city of Millbrae has a deficit that year, and then this fund just gonna sit there, cannot even help the general fund. Have you thought about that? I really don't think we should build out our general fund because we rely on all of you to manage our general fund, okay? And then also, on behalf of Peninsula Economic Alliance, did it like chamber, we talked to our members. They actually recommended, when Ruben was here, enforcement officer go out 3 times a day to enforce the parking. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Kong, for your comment.
Oh, I have something to share with you just in case you guys need to.
If you could pass it to city staff, that'd be great. And our last speaker in-house on this item, Ms. Judy Louie.
Good evening, everybody. I'm speaking tonight to strongly oppose the installation of parking meter in our city. Paid parking will discourage visitors, tourists, and even our neighbors from the nearby city to come here. That means fewer people dine in our restaurant, buying grocery, enjoy boba tea after dim sum, and spending time exploring our local shops. This will harm small business and weaken our local economy. People come here because it feels welcoming and accessible. Parking meter will push them away. And I do agree with the city should build parking garage in our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Louie. And City Clerk, do we have any raised hands online?
We do, and is Gina Pappen? Please accept that mute.
Thank you very much. It's nice to hear the public comments as well as the staff report here. And the reality is, with an increased population, it's going to be more and more difficult to park. So exploring this situation is important. I do hope that the RFP goes out is not one or the other. In other words, 1 meter per spot or 1 unit to pay in. Our neighbors to the south, Burlingame has 1 meter for 2 spots, which is very simplified, but it's an alternative that I hope you also explore. The idea is to fully inform the council. So again, I do hope your RFP is inclusive so that you have information to fully evaluate. That would also allow you to fully evaluate the costs in the long term. And I think that's extremely important. Do agree with the mayor that people do not want to be frustrated. They do not want complicated situations here, but the turnover, if this is pursued, is what everybody is looking for. So again, having the best information possible moving forward, I would ask that you not take one extreme over the other, but get as much information as you possibly can to be fully informed. Thank you.
Thank you, former Mayor Pappen. City Clerk, anyone else?
There are no other speakers.
All right, thank you for the public for your comments on this item. With that being said, I want to pass back to council for any additional questions or comments. Councilmember Riley, I believe you had something?
Hey, Harry. Thank you for your presentation. So are we going to work with like a vendor and split with the profit? If yes, what's the percentage city we're allocating?
Maybe I can address some of this. So I've been through this before. Some of my background is I put together all of the paid parking program for downtown San Diego. So I think it's important to listen to the experts because there always is a lot of speculation and thought that especially goes into paid parking. Our previous elected member mentioned the revenue and our budget. We are not introducing paid parking as a revenue source. It just doesn't work that way. And I think also the previous mayor, when he said, one of the members spoke about it has to pay for itself. I recollect what Mr. Holliber said, and what he said is, make sure you don't make money off the backs of the people. That's what he said. So the purpose of parking meters is to generate parking turnover. So that is the fundamental purpose. There are Institute of Traffic Engineers, hundreds of years worth of studies that paid parking does turn over a parking space, 3 to 5 times versus just time limit parking. And so our intent here is to make that space more available. You guys talk about the end user, to make it more efficient and more available for the end user, not to balance our budget on revenue. That is absolutely not the reason why we're doing this. It is a tool to make that parking space turnover more often. And as I think a couple of members said, they hate paying for paid parking. Well, that's the point. We want to make it such that you come, it's convenient, you pay for the time that you're there, and you don't abuse the parking space. This is the incentive for that. And I think some of the things that Council, you had talked about in terms of our ability to write some of these things into the RFP, I think it's in the RFP already. We can measure the cost benefit of the program through, as our consultant said, through the response of what we receive from parking vendors. We already know, without even having to do a study, the multi-space parking meters are more cost beneficial than single meters. Now, that's not to say that we can't go down that path, but we already know through studies and real data from other cities that it's much more cost effective. Now, in terms of the end user and the convenience of the end user, I think we do have to take advantage of technology. But we also have to remember that we have elderly populations that are not as adept to technology. And so we are balancing the whole cross-section of the user. I have also personally talked to businesses downtown. When I first came on board 7.5 years ago, businesses were opposed to paid parking. Now, a majority of the businesses actually, the people that actually own the businesses and operate the business down there want us to move forward with paid parking. We have had how many community engagement and open house meetings?
2. Well, we've had 2 specific focus with business open houses, and to expand on what you're saying, Mr. Williams. Yes, the majority of the folks that showed up, the business owners, again, to Mr. Williams' point, they want the turnover. They want, parking spaces open so that customers can come to their businesses. It was mentioned earlier, we have a lot of restaurants. If you have 2-hour paid parking, 2 hours is plenty of time for someone to come and enjoy a meal, other things downtown, but then it encourages them to give up that space so that someone else can come in there. Like I said, 2 specific business-focused open houses where, again, the majority of the folks support paid parking for that very purpose.
Yeah, and we've had, how many? 4 open house? So 2 residential. I think some of you actually attended. These have been publicly noticed. We've got a lot of great feedback from people that did attend those meetings. So we're not just coming to you and throwing something against the wall to see what sticks. This has been a lot of work and study. I think Mr. Yam mentioned, this has been a year's worth of work. And so I think it's important to listen to the science, listen to the, professionals that we've retained as to what this actually does rather than the speculation. I think everybody in Millbrae knows that we have a parking problem. Everybody knows that we need to build a parking garage. We know that. The issue is, how do we fund it? Well, everybody wants something, but nobody wants to fund it. So it's just like our recreation center. So we figured out a way to get that done. And that's what we're gonna have to do, is find out what the funding sources are for a parking garage. There's funding sources and then there's financing, right? And so if we were to issue, say, a bond, well, we need to make sure that we have enough annual funds to pay the debt service on that bond over a 25, 30-year period, whatever it may be. So the funding sources for the financing mechanism is something that we're still evolving, and we'll get more information once we receive the competitive bids, out in the marketplace. Also, the notion, $40 million for the type of parking garage that we have a mock-up vision for. It's not $40 million a year to operate. I don't even know where that comes from, but it's the capital cost of $40 million. The O&M costs are still yet to be determined, but they're going to be nowhere near, multi-million dollars to operate the parking garage. So I appreciate what everybody's saying, but we've gone down this path. I think Mr. Smith's idea of having a citizen advisory committee, we'd certainly be willing to do that. I don't know how much more efficient we're going to be. I'm about cutting red tape, getting things moving, not being bogged down in the bureaucracy, because this is a problem, and I think that we know how to resolve a portion of the problem, and that's creating the parking spaces we have today and turning them over more frequently. This then will also help us launch into perhaps downtown businesses that provide zero parking and provide zero revenue for in lieu parking fees. So we've got to figure out how we fund that. Our downtown businesses are benefiting greatly with zero cost to having to provide parking, something that we need to look at, not now, but I think in the future. So this is one tool to solve a problem. It's not going to be the end all, but it's definitely a big step in solving the problem as we continue down the path to really solve our problem and add more parking spaces.
So for clarification, real quickly, for the general public, perhaps it was my earlier comment where I mentioned the cost of the parking structure as of right now as being 40 million.
The capital cost, not the operating cost.
And potentially I may have said per year. Don't know, we have to go to the tail of the tape on that one. But our general fund as of right now is 43 million. And I wanted to put that in perspective for the public so you can see what our general fund is versus what the estimated cost of that parking structure is. Also, there were some previous public comments about how many spaces would this yield. We're doing our parking study right now. And staff, can you advise me of when we're going to get a report back on the structure of what the yield analysis would be per spots for the 3 different city-owned lots that they were considering construction?
Yeah, but before I do that, I just want to clarify. We're throwing around a $40 million number. That number, I hate throwing around numbers because people grab onto numbers.
Sure.
We don't really know what the cost of those parking garages are going to be. We're looking at, as we presented last time to the city council, we're looking at 3 potential sites, right? Each site has its own challenges and opportunities. We're not far enough along in the conceptual design of those garages at this point to put a cost on them. So let's be very careful about throwing a number around 40 million, 50 million, 20 million, whatever it is, because people have a tendency to grasp onto that.
Sure.
In discussions with Kimley Horn, they're cranking away at, we heard last time the direction from the council is don't delay the analysis of the parking garage. We have no intention of doing that, and they've been cranking away on those studies as we speak. We think that we'll be able to come back and we will present formally to the council an information item in September, but we can probably come back sooner than that with at least some preliminary information for the council to inform the council.
Thank you, Harry. Passing back to council for additional comments. Councilmember Riley.
Okay, thank you, manager, to explain we use parking meter just for turnover, help the business owner. So if that is the case, are we gonna make it even we're gonna lose money.
So we still have to go through the fiscal analysis. Part of the information that we need from the fiscal analysis, I think, goes to your earlier question, which is what is the cost of the vendor to provide the equipment and manage the program for us? And I think to your point, or to your question, you were also asking about, you know, our review of, you know, their cost structure. That's certainly something that we will be going over with the fine-tooth comb when we get the proposals from them to make sure that we are getting the best bang for the buck from our vendors. Our consultant has a lot of experience in this, and so we're going to rely heavily upon them as part of that analysis.
Yeah, Councilman, right, I'll add to that. You know, we don't know yet, right, until, you know, if you adopt this ordinance tonight, which is basically implementing legislation, and as what we said, we'll bring back the details to you in later meetings. Once we issue the RFP and we get the bids back, then we can make a determination on the cost benefit, right? So if the general fund's going to subsidize the parking program, is that a good idea? Probably not. Just like we don't want the parking program to subsidize the general fund. And so that's why this enterprise fund protects the revenue from the parking program to go back into maintenance of the parking meters, parking enforcement officers, right, collections, those things that are just geared towards parking improvements and operation and maintenance within the city. But if it comes back that installation of parking meters is going to be a significant money loser for the city, then more likely than not, we would not recommend pursuing it. It just wouldn't make sense, but we don't know yet, right? We got to get past this, get it out on the street, get the bids back, evaluate it, and then make a conscious decision whether it's a go, no go. So that, you know, we're not there yet, and we won't be until we get responses from the RFP.
Okay, thank you. You're right. If we lose money, it's not gonna make sense to do it. So we're looking forward to hear from you soon. Thank you.
I should define losing money, not losing money, but if the program doesn't fund itself, right, to where, you know, revenue in, cost, kind of what Mr. Holliber stated, then that's when we can make the go, no-go decision.
Thank you for your comment, Councilmember Riley. Any other comments from council? Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, so my question's around the enterprise fund. My understanding is that it's its own paywall, right? The money goes into it and you're not allowed to extract. Is that right? Extract money out of it?
Yeah, just a quick question. Enterprise fund is the next item. Should we do?
Oh, I see. I'm skipping it. Okay. Thanks.
Thanks for clarifying that, Harry. Appreciate it. Sorry, Councilmember Nguyen. We'll take that next. Vice Mayor Fung.
Thank you. I've spoken to a lot of business owners in downtown. And over the many years that I lived in the city, it's been 17 years so far. One of the greatest challenge in downtown to the businesses are folks who want to come in and they circle around 10 minutes and then they couldn't find a parking and that's when they leave. That's when you lose somebody from coming into the city and visit. So I think being able to allow folks to find a parking easily within the first couple rounds, circling Broadway and the Camino rail is key. By the third time they circle around, they couldn't find a parking, they head on to the freeway and then they went on to a different city, someplace else. So being able to retain those folks who want to come here to begin with is key. And then if they have to spend 50 cents doing it, you know, and if they find a parking right in front of where they want to go, they'll stay. And so I think that's really the priority here in terms of this program, is to make sure parking is available to those who want to be here quickly, so you don't lose them. The program in itself needs to be self-sustainable, certainly, fiscally. I mean, we're a city well known for our fiscal responsibilities. When many other cities are in deficit, we're in a small surplus. So to that end, we will make sure that the same policy applies and making sure that, you know, this program is self-sustainable and fiscally responsible, certainly. And yes, parking garages are a top priority, increasing the parking inventory. It really is a part of our economic development policies and initiatives. And also enabling a lot of some of the housings in downtown so that they don't have to have on-site parking. And having parking in lieu fee is key. Part of this moving forward here, Mr. William, is to talk to the businesses to enhance the business parking permits program. You know, we have a lot of new businesses coming into town, right? And a lot of new headquarters, and they want to make sure that their employees have parking. So that enhancing and taking a second look at our business parking permit program would be very valuable. And then in terms of helping some of our seniors, we can look into programs that make it easier for our senior to find parking and park. Maybe some senior parking priority programs. I mean, we can look into those and see how we could make sure we take care of some of our community members who could use a little assistance in this field. And lastly, you know, we've heard some speakers saying they want to get involved in having a citizen advisory committee. What I would like to recommend is when the timing is right, depending on how the RFP goes and the selection of the vendor, these features would likely to be, you know, discussed in public. You know, how the program need to look like. How do we balance the use of individual meters versus kiosks versus QR code and street signs? And I think that's the timing at which would be ripe to have a community meeting, a little bit more dynamic, right? Have the vendor come in and present. And then the community members can chime in, business owners, seniors, youth, folks that are living within the parking immediate vicinity, and how these new policies will affect your businesses and your daily lives and your parking and all the weddings, so that these issues can be addressed. Everybody got to have their hands on the elephant at some point, right? And I think that's the timing is ripe to have those community gatherings so that everybody has a voice in this. So, you know, this is a major change to the city. It is true. But it is a change that I think is necessary to a growing city to make sure that we're moving in a direction that will give us further growth and better growth moving forward here. So with that said, I'll make a motion to approve the new parking policy, parking ordinance.
I just want to clarify, that is to motion to waive the first reading.
Waive the first reading for
and
this new one.
introduce the ordinance.
Correct. But the timing is right, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public.
And also, we need to close the public hearing as well.
Appreciate the comments, Vice Mayor Fung. Before we close the public hearing, I just want to say a couple quick words. This is nothing new, this conversation. From my recollection, I believe this started back at the end of 2023 with the previous council entertaining the idea of paid parking because they anticipated that there would be a strain on the parking availability of downtown with all the new developments that occurred. It's also no secret that Millbrae led the way in new housing throughout the county per capita. A lot of housing was built. A lot of housing will be coming online in the next couple of years. Like the Vice Mayor said, change isn't easy. Realize that. I think what's key is that we work with the public as we go through the process to keep them informed. There's been plenty of public hearings on this matter, open houses. One comment that was made, I believe by former Mayor Ann Schneider, was around the spillover to the local communities around these paid parking areas. I know in one of the past open house conversations, we discussed permitting. Also, transportation demand management. I know a lot of these new developments have it included as they go through their planning process. But perhaps we can explore different creative ways with these neighborhoods that surround this paid parking area. As we introduce paid parking, there's going to be some people that, you know, will want to park further away just so they can get free parking. And I really hate to see the strain that this could put on these surrounding neighboring communities. So I think that needs to be included in the thought process as we continue along. So with that being said, before we take a
Mayor,
motion.
just for the right, if I can
Yes.
address that. So our program does include the expansion, and we're looking at no charge residential permit parking if, you know, the paid parking comes through. That would be part of the parking enterprise. So we have evaluated that. And this is something that we'll be monitoring, right? And we really don't know the answer because there's kind of two schools of thought that, you know, will this actually push parking into the residential neighborhoods, which is occurring right now, or will this free up parking for the convenience of somebody to pay $1 an hour, $1.50 an hour to find that parking space so they don't have to walk up the hill to get back to their vehicle? So, you know, we'll be monitoring it, and this is one of the things where it's a dynamic parking management program. But I think for the convenience of the residents and the interface of downtown on the residential neighborhood, being able to establish a free residential permit parking makes a lot of sense. But that's something that we're continuing to evaluate. Also, the thing with Waymo, I mean, we have that problem right now. And if a Waymo is parked in a residential permit parking, how do we give them a ticket? I have no idea. I shouldn't just say Waymo, but it's autonomous vehicles in general. And that's a problem. And I have received, and perhaps you have, complaints about that. Correct. And so that's something that we need to address, I think, separately from, obviously, this program. I don't even know, you know, as I'm thinking here, if Waymo pulls into a paid parking meter, how do we collect? We just give them tickets. But anyway, these are things that with technology that obviously we need to continue to figure out.
And Mr. Williams, if I can just expand upon that just very briefly. As you said, staff and the consultant very cognizant of the concerns from the neighborhood. We have had a couple of neighborhood, meetings with the neighborhoods. The issue of spillover parking, we're not proposing to do any whole-scale changes to the residential permit parking program that's in existence, that people are required to have permits to park in those residential areas, which discourages the spillover parking there. If they are parking there, they will be ticketed, particularly when we explain an item here further on the agenda related to the parking license plate recognition system. But what we are doing, like Mr. Williams said, is we're reaching out to some of the areas, expanding a little bit further beyond our residential permit parking program to see if there's interest from the residents to have permit parking on some of their streets. Again, some people are in support of it, some aren't in support of it, but that would discourage that spillover parking to even park further away, which hopefully they wouldn't do. They would find somewhere else.
Yeah, my last closing comment on this is perhaps with that permitting, because I remember at the open house, Harry, Tom, we both spoke about this with residents, that we make the process as easy as possible. Perhaps it's as easy as going through an online portal, an application where they can change around the permit. Maybe they have a visitor that's coming to stay with them for a weekend, so that way they can change the permit to that vehicle. I believe with technology, we may even be able to free up some spaces by discouraging people to park in those spillover areas and then catch a flight out of SFO using transportation. Not to use Waymo again as an example. Maybe it's Uber, maybe it's a different one. But I'm going to leave it at that. Vice Mayor Fung, I believe you have one thing to say before we make a motion to close the public hearing. Is that correct?
Yeah, we can close the public hearing, and then I can make a comment
Okay,
after.
fantastic. So council, any other comments? Okay, so I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second? We do. Let's go ahead and vote.
Public hearing for item 12 is closed.
Vice Mayor Fung.
Thank you. So to the point about spillover, the zoned residential parking program, right, just like some of the other major city metropolitans have implemented currently, and they've been doing this for years and decades, is having different residential zoning, parking zoning, and then having permit programs where, residents who are within those parking zones get a permit so that they can park as long as they need to park. Whereas visitors who come into those zones have maybe a limited amount of time on parking, 1-2 hours, whatever that might be. And that'll help, alleviate some of those spillover effect. But yet still allow visitors to visit some of those neighborhoods. And so, I mean, there are a balanced approach to these concerns. We heard those concerns, but there are solutions to them. And more importantly, some of these parking systems, pay parking systems, have been used in many metropolitans for decades, and technology has improved over time to make sure that they're as easy to use and enhance user experience to the extent possible, and then they continue to improve over time with the use of QR code, apps on the phone. A lot of these technologies are very mature today. And so I want to take some of those skepticism out of our conversation here. I understand the concern, but, there are solutions to all of those. And they've been tested over time. So I just want to make sure that, and we'll be cognizant about learning the experiences from some of the neighboring city and then making sure that we are learning the best lessons and the best practices. So I know changes are challenging sometimes, but I believe that this is a change for the better. And it's a need for the city, especially given the growth that we've been seeing and that growth we will continue to see. This is a step in a direction that we need to take. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance.
Do we have a second? So we had a motion by Vice Mayor Fung and a second by Councilmember Nguyen. And keep in mind, we're not selecting a vendor tonight. I want to make sure I say that before we go to the votes.
Item number 12 passed by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. And Mr. Burrows, I believe you've already presented this item already. So now we're moving on to item number 3, which is to hold another public hearing.
13.
Oh, number 13, sorry. Hold another public hearing, waive the first reading, and introduce an ordinance amending Title 3 of the Millbrae Municipal Code to add Chapter 3.50, which is establishing a dedicated parking enterprise fund. Councilmember Nguyen, I believe this is the one that you wanted to chime in on. So I'm going to push this back to council real quick for any questions to staff. Councilmember Nguyen, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so to continue what I mentioned earlier, my understanding, I could be wrong here, correct me if I'm wrong, is it seems like a paywall. So we have this potential new fund, and money can only go into that fund, but we can't extract it to other places, right? It can only stay within the enterprise fund for parking related. Let me know if I'm off here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so with that said, is there any situation where the fund obviously can't pay for itself, and then what would happen? We'd have to extract from other funds, or how would the financing work for this?
I don't know, Mr. Williams, you want to address that?
Yeah, and that's a great question, right? And so that comes back to our previous discussion on if we move forward, depending on the response of the RFPs, is the program feasible in terms of funding the capital and the operation and maintenance of it? If there's a situation, let's say, this is implemented and in the 10th year, for whatever reason, parking meter revenue goes down, right? And we find that we don't have enough revenue within the program to fund itself. There are mechanisms that already the council has an adopted policy that 15% of the budget has to remain in reserves. So as we look at this, we can build in contingency plan for reserves to manage those years that if there is 1 or 2 years, recession or something in our downtown or construction or whatever, that we will have it budgeted to where we plan for those rainy days, right? And so as the fund grows, we would be disciplined enough to have a contingency fund or a reserve fund, I should say, for those.
Does that go into like different types of enterprise funds or even our general fund? Just curious how that's going to be done, like for load balancing.
Yeah, no, so it's similar to our water enterprise fund and our sewer enterprise fund. So as you know, I think you've been through one of our budgets, that we have our general fund, and the council adopts the general fund. And then we have our water enterprise fund, which is separate, and our sewer enterprise fund. If this is adopted and implemented, then that would be a fourth fund that then the council would consider annually within the budget process, separate from the general fund, separate from the water enterprise, separate from the sewer enterprise fund.
I see. And then if we, in a worst case scenario, right, that isn't the plan, that the contingency you talked about. So we'd be extracting, and maybe you could provide context at a different meeting or something, how that money would flow. I think it would be useful for the public to know.
Yeah, so just every year, let's say, the revenue comes in, we would set aside, right now the policy is 15% of the city council for reserve. And so we would continue to follow that and build up a reserve for a rainy day fund. We'll know, council member, based on the analysis and the results of the RFP, this, when I mentioned earlier, a go, no-go decision. So if it is just something that we already know that absolutely is going to be upside down before we start, then obviously we recommend not to pursue it because it's not cost beneficial. And then, we'd figure out another way to, if any, to figure out our parking program. But to answer your question about a rainy day or, those years that we may be lean, the way we would manage and budget it, just like we do all of our other enterprise funds, water, sewer, we would build that into our financial plan.
Thank you.
Do we have any other further council comments before we open up the public hearing? And just keep in mind, I've got 3 speaker slips for in-house right now. Want to be as efficient as time, but realize that this is a very important action item. Vice Mayor Fung, did you have something to say? Councilman Riley? Okay. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and open up the public comment. Open up the public hearing for item 13, and we have a couple public comments. So we'll start with the first person in-house, Mr. Vernon Bruce. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Next comment is from Mr. Ken Smith. He's also out. We have former Mayor Ann Schneider. Thank you, former Mayor Ann Schneider. City Clerk, do we have anyone online right now with their hand raised?
We do not.
Okay. Seeing that there's no speakers online, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close.
I'll second that.
Oops, excuse me.
Okay, so now we are closed on the public hearing. So with that being said, we'll go back to council comments. Do we have any comments or questions from council? Vice Mayor Fung, do you have something you want to say real quick?
Yeah, just trying to get some clarification. How would this automatic license plate, how do we protect the privacy of those license plates that it's?
Not on that item yet. That's item 14. So we're on the item for the dedicated fund. So it'd be a dedicated parking enterprise fund.
This is just establishing the enterprise fund for the parking program as well.
I'll just make a quick comment that I believe this ensures transparency where the public will know where these funds are going. It's not just slipping into a general fund. It lives up to the spirit with what we said. I think former Mayor Hullaber put it perfectly. This is about end user experience and turning over parking spaces to make it easier for residents to come downtown, frequent their favorite establishments. With that being said, these funds will go exactly where we know they're going to go, to that dedicated fund, towards maintaining equipment and improving the area itself and helping to manage those spaces that we rely on. Any other comments from council? So I'll entertain a motion to approve. Do we have a second? So I have a motion by Councilmember Nguyen. Did you want to? I'll second that and go to vote. City Clerk.
This is the motion to waive the first reading and also introduce the ordinance for item number 13. The vote is 4-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right. So now moving on to existing business, which is item 14, adoption of a resolution adopting the automated license plate reader, use and privacy policy for civil parking enforcement, curb management, and paid parking verification. And to present, Mr. Harry Burrows, your popular man tonight.
Yes, you get to hear from me, unfortunately, again. So, yeah, this is the Automated License Plate Recognition, or ALPR, Use and Privacy Policy. It seems like it should be a simple policy, but it's very complicated because of state law requirements, and some of it will address, hopefully, the question that you just asked, Vice Mayor. So the item before you tonight is the adoption of the ALPR. I'm going to use that acronym a lot, but that's the Automated License Plate Recognition Policy. This policy is specifically tailored for parking management activities and establishes both the operational rules and privacy protections governing the use of ALPR technology within the city's downtown parking management program. As the city moves to modernize parking operations, ALPR technology offers a more efficient way to verify parking compliance while reducing manual enforcement activities. Before this technology can be used, California law, specifically Senate Bill 34, requires the city to adopt a formal policy describing exactly how the technology will operate, what information may be collected, who can access it, and what safeguards will be in place to protect privacy. Tonight's action establishes those rules and provides transparency to the public regarding how the system will be used. So the purpose of the policy is twofold. First, it allows the city to utilize modern parking management technology to improve efficiency and customer service. And second, and equally important, it satisfies the privacy and transparency requirements established by SB 34. The state law requires agencies to adopt safeguards governing collection, use, sharing, retention, and security of ALPR information before the technology can be deployed. The policy therefore serves as both an operational document and a public accountability document. Residents will know exactly what information is collected, how it is used, and what protections are in place. The city wants to improve parking enforcement and curb management while also providing clear assurances that license plate information will only be used for legitimate parking-related purposes. So what is ALPR? So ALPR technology uses cameras and software to automatically capture and read license plate information. Rather than requiring parking enforcement personnel to manually check permits, track time limits, or mark tires, the system can quickly verify parking status electronically. For example, in a paid parking area, the system can determine whether a vehicle is paid without requiring an officer to physically inspect every vehicle. Similarly, it can verify residential parking permits and monitor time-restricted parking zones more efficiently. The technology can be deployed using either handheld devices as shown here or vehicle-mounted units, depending on the operational needs. The benefit is greater efficiency, improved compliance, and more consistent enforcement while reducing labor-intensive field practices. One of the most important aspects of the policy is documenting what the system can and cannot do. SB 34 requires agencies to identify and publicly disclose the authorized purposes of which ALPR technology may be used. Consistent with this requirement, Millbrae's policy limits the use of the system to civil parking functions. This means the technology may only be used to verify permits, confirm parking payment, and support parking enforcement activities. It may not be used for criminal investigations, general surveillance, monitoring of constitutionally protected activities, or any discriminatory purpose. These limitations are specifically included to ensure the technology remains focused on parking management and does not evolve into a broader surveillance tool. Privacy protection is a central feature to the proposed policy. All parking-related ALPR information will be maintained in a dedicated parking database that's entirely separate from the criminal justice databases. An important point for the council and public to understand is that the civil parking ALPR system is entirely separate from the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's personnel will not have direct access to the parking database, and parking data is not routinely shared with them. The system is not connected to law enforcement hot lists, criminal databases, or investigative platforms. Information collected for parking management remains within the city's parking operations unless a very limited exception authorized by law and outlined to the policy applies. To protect the integrity of the system, the policy also includes several accountability measures. Only authorized personnel will be allowed access, and all users will receive training before using the system. Access activity will be recorded through audit logs, allowing the city to monitor the system use and identify any inappropriate access. The policy also establishes breach notification procedures and authorizes corrective actions, including suspension or termination of access privilege when violations occur. These provisions help ensure that the technology is used responsibly and consistently with the adopted policy. So state law also requires that agencies establish policies governing retention and destruction of ALPR information. The proposed policy adopts a very limited retention period. For vehicles that are simply found to be in compliance, the data will be automatically deleted within 7 days. Information associated with the parking citation may be retained longer, but only as long as necessary to support citation processing and appeals. Once a citation has been resolved, the related information must also be deleted. This approach ensures that the city retains information only when there is a legitimate operational need to do so. The policy also places significant restrictions on data sharing. Parking data cannot be sold, used commercially, or routinely shared with outside agencies. It can also not be provided to federal agencies or out-of-state agencies for general use. The only exceptions involve narrowly defined circumstances, such as a documented request connected to an active criminal investigation, a felony warrant, or an emergency situation such as an Amber Alert. Even in those cases, outside agencies are not granted direct access to the database. Also, to protect the integrity of the system, the policy includes several accountability measures. Agencies are required to implement reasonable operational, administrative, technical, and physical safeguards to protect ALPR information. Accordingly, the policy requires user authorization controls, mandatory training, annual refresher training, audit logging, breach notification, and ongoing oversight of system operations. These requirements ensure that access to the system is monitored and that any misuse can be identified and addressed. Accountability is not optional under the law. It's a core requirement of operating an ALPR program. Lastly, transparency. Public transparency is another key element of the proposed policy. Agencies must make the ALPR policy available to the public and provide meaningful oversight regarding system operations. The proposed policy accomplishes this through public posting of the policy, annual audits, review of access logs, and ongoing city council oversight. These measures ensure that residents understand how the technology is being used and provide confidence that the city is complying with both state law and its own adopted policies. So in closing, this policy accomplishes three important objectives. First, it enables the city to use modern technology to improve parking management and enforce efficiency. Second, it establishes a robust privacy protections that limits how information is collected, stored, accessed, retained, and shared. And third, it ensures full compliance with California Senate Bill 34 by providing the transparency, accountability, security, and public oversight required under the state law before this technology can be deployed. For all these reasons, staff recommends adoption of the resolution approving the ALPR use and privacy policy. With that, we'll take any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Project Manager Burrows. Passing it back to the council for comments and discussions with staff. Vice Mayor Fung.
Thank you. How are these ALPRs implemented? Are they on just like the photo you've shown? Are they on a truck, on an enforcement vehicle, or are they on some stationary cameras, anywhere?
So as the slide here shows, there's two major ways that they're used. One is a handheld unit. Officers can walk the streets and, take the picture of the license plates as they go along. Also, the vehicle-mounted units, officers can drive by in the streets.
The scans.
And, again, scan the license plates.
But would there be any stationary camera somewhere on the rooftop? And no, none of that?
No.
But typically, they're cameras that are already in place for their purposes, security primarily, and the feeds can be used to supplement the parking monitoring. Typically, it's used to understand parking lots versus on-street. That technology is still not ready, and we've been evaluating it, but I'm not convinced yet that the on-street capability for stationary cameras for parking monitoring is ready. But it does work for a parking lot to have a camera array. But you do have to have it set up where you got enough coverage and you can read the plates. It is helpful to know vehicle movements with that type of technology. There is a client of mine that's currently using that. It works very well. But Millbrae would only be able to really do that in the 3 lots that you have currently. But there are no cameras there now, and we're not advocating for that. It's up to the city to decide. But typically, it's what Harry showed you tonight. It's mobile-based equipment that's used for parking enforcement. But there is a growing trend for fixed in-place cameras to be used to provide that in off-street parking.
I have a quick question for Project Manager Burrows. What current technology is San Mateo County Sheriff's using for parking enforcement here in Millbrae today? Because I have seen some of the patrolling officers that are doing parking enforcement used handheld devices, looking directly at the vehicle. So are they using any kind of ALPR technology already?
No, they're using the old technology of marking the tires. That handheld device is when they write a citation.
Okay.
And so that issues the citation and then keeps a record of it within their database.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Seeing the handheld device, it's drawing conclusions here. It's helpful to know. Also, thank you for the robust presentation. It's clear based off of what I'm seeing here that this data isn't being shared around. It's being managed fairly securely here. Are there any concerns with the data leaking out that we should be knowing of?
No, I think, as Mr. Burrows covered in his presentation, state law governs it. I'd like to recognize our Bureau Chief Huey that's there that has been involved in this discussion, has been very helpful in terms of, what automatic license plate readers can and cannot be used for. City attorney's been heavily involved in reviewing this. So the data is protected. We actually would be in violation of the law if we were to share this data for law enforcement purposes, except for the very rare instances that Mr. Burrows had indicated.
Which is a outstanding warrant or felony?
I don't even think that. I
we
think,
go back to that
I think it's
slide?
like an Amber Alert.
Okay.
Amber Alert,
is the only one
felonies.
Can we go back to a slide or two where you showed that? Because I could have swore there was something on there that explained it.
But not to put Chief Hugh on the spot, but that's also, there's a process, even with an Amber Alert or these other things, you have to go through to even get that data.
Go
So
back
it's
to
not
another
just
slide.
like, oh, there's an Amber Alert, we need the data. There's a process.
That'd be helpful. Thank
And
you,
Mr. Mayor,
Supervisors.
while the chief's coming up, just for the record, and to be consistent with state law, the staff report notes automatic license plate readers, but this is automated license plate recognition.
Okay.
So it's recognition is what you'll be adopting in terms of the terminology, not reader.
Okay. Thank you. It's helpful.
So in working with the team, my understanding is that we need a search warrant signed by a judge in order to get any data. So it's not like I can go and ask for it. There has to be a judicial process to get the information.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Captain Hugh. It's really helpful. Passing back to council. Any additional questions, comments? Councilmember Nguyen.
Do you know what the impact to staff time would look like to support this license plate recognition, not reader, right? Recognition device?
So this is actually embedded within the RFP that we talked about earlier. This is part of what the vendor will be proposing, is not only to provide the tools for the ALPR, but also, at least initially, the enforcement personnel. We are evaluating several different options for enforcement. One would be to bring that in-house immediately. I think we talked about this in a previous meeting. One would be to have the vendor do it so that we get our sea legs, for lack of a better term, with the parking program, and then transition it over to city staff.
Is there any idea of just a range at least of how much impact that would be, like in staff time? To support this.
I think we were looking at 4 enforcement officers as part of the RFP, if I'm.
Or at full time?
As Harry explained, to get started, the vendor that would be selected through the RFP process, they have this technology and they know these rules and regs. What Millbrae has to have is a framework for how you would use the data that's being collected in your city. So they're already in compliance with this. But they would have the staffing to manage the system because they're doing so for other clients that they're providing that service for. If Millbrae at some point decides to bring it in-house, that's at least, from our estimation, a half part-time position to manage that type of database and system. But that's not a decision you all have to decide now or if ever, because these systems can continue to be managed through a third party. That's in addition to the enforcement personnel. So yeah, it's essentially a back office system that has to be managed and taken care of, and for processes to be looked up and things of that nature. If in the event PD had gotten a warrant to need to use the system, someone would need to go and provide that information to them. That's what that lookup really turns out to be. But initially, the RFP would provide that staffing as part of the operating model for that purpose.
And remind me, does the RFP also go into details if we, like, let's say our accuracy isn't high and we need to remediate or fix an issue?
In terms of the read rate?
Yeah, read rate.
Yeah, so the read rate has an effect not only on performance of the system, but also on the vendor that's providing that system. So nowadays, we're seeing read rates around 95%. Part of the challenge in North America is we honestly have bad license plates. If you've traveled abroad, the license plates are 2 or 3 times longer and wider. They're always a light background with dark lettering, always. They don't create personalization of license plates like we like to do here, particularly in California. They are beginning to use analytics with AI to improve the ability to identify a vehicle. And that is improving the performance of those systems so that it isn't just the license plate that's being read, it's also the color and the make and any other characteristics about the vehicle. Maybe there's a dent or there's a scratch or there's a bumper sticker. All of that can be used to say that is that particular vehicle. And it's improving the ability for these systems to perform beyond what has essentially become an industry standard, which is 95% of reading North American license plates. Other parts of the world, they're at 99.9, but they have a way better license plates for this purpose than we do.
Right, so like 1,000 cars, 50 wrong, right? So with those 50 wrong, then what is that like?
So if there is what we would call a bad read, then that can be validated by looking that up in the system to say, oh, the system thought it was ABC 127 and it was ABC 123. And so if a ticket was written in that purpose, it can be thrown out. But there's also a human being that's required in California to issue any citation. So the person that's out there either with the handheld or in the vehicle, they can validate whether that read was correct or not and do their own visual inspection to determine if that read needs to be corrected. And then the system would say, oh, it's actually that license plate number, that vehicle is fine. So that's part of the reason we have that in California, is so that there's a human element into the enforcement process to correct for that type of limitation we have on perfection on reading license plates.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Any other council comments? Vice Mayor Fung.
I'm actually surprised that we still haven't had implemented an RFID-based license plate. Would have been easier, wouldn't it? Although, my question here is, who is authorized to drive these vehicles with the camera mounted on top? It doesn't have to be a sworn officer, correct? It could be whoever is the parking enforcement personnel that we have authorized to use, correct?
That's right. And those personnel in the field do not have access to the database. All they have is the database telling them whether a vehicle is in compliance or not, and therefore what ticket, if they need to write one, they should be doing so.
And then
They
they
do
record
not have the ability to look it up in the field.
right, and then they record obviously the license plate, right, location where they are, GPS. Are there, I think it's a matter of time, I hope it's a matter of time, that perhaps a Waymo type drone could be used for that purpose so that eliminates the need of an officer?
Well, state law would have to change.
So the
Currently,
state law
vehicle-
requires human being behind the wheel.
Vehicle code requires a human being to issue a parking violation ticket
Oh, on the spot?
on the spot.
Oh, so basically what you're saying is, as they read the plates, or as they recognize the plate, the citation is being issued on the spot. It is not something that they get received in the mail later on.
State law requires that parking violations be printed and put on the windshield of a vehicle that's in violation.
I see.
So you are not allowed in the state of California to do an e-citation for parking. Other states allow for that using LPR. California is not one of them. So therefore, with your parking management program that we've been talking about tonight, there will be human beings out in the field operating vehicles like Harry showed you. And when they find a vehicle in violation that the system tells them about, they have to actually validate that ticket and then choose to print it and put it on the vehicle itself. So that's a process that we have to follow in California. That's for public parking. Sometimes folks get confused about private parking lots and public. You all are public, on-street parking, and off-street parking. All of it has to be managed according to the California Vehicle Code.
I see, got it. Thank you for the clarification.
The vendors that will be submitting proposals, they know that vehicle code as good as I do. And if they don't, I'll make sure of it. But they have to know it because they're doing this work across the state.
I imagine if they don't know it, we're not going to select them, so.
Correct.
Safe to say. Councilmember Riley?
Hi, I'm just wondering, when we're going to select the vendor? When?
Ideally, it's sometime in September. But if there's a additional set of processes you all want to do in the course of that proposal process, that's fine. We'll just have to add that into the timeline. But ideally, we want to give the proposing vendors about 30 days to respond once the RFP is out on the street. We have been letting folks know to anticipate this. I was just at a conference last week, and several of them were asking me about when's Millbrae coming out. So they're ready for this to happen. They're very excited about this because they know, one, we're involved, so they know it's going to be done right. They know you all have been very diligent about this process. But we want to give them a chance to give us the best proposal, and typically that's about a 30-day process. After that, it's then up to whatever process you all want to follow. We think it'll take us about 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks to review everything and score it and provide a recommendation. But if there's additional review and process that you all want to have, that's fine.
Thank you. Another question. The picture, this page station in the picture is the similar one are we going to install?
That's a decent example. There are many pay station models out there. Typically what happens is the vendors will find one that fits best for this particular need, and that's the one they'll put into their proposal. We can specify certain features, which we have, and it's in the document that we have put together. But for the most part, all the providers of that type of equipment, they all work pretty much the same now because there's a certain expectation of certain features they need to have. Touch screens, tap to pay, all those sorts of types of things. And their actual footprint has gotten smaller as they become more electronic, so they don't take up as much space on the street, which was brought up as a concern. But one idea that Harry and I were just talking about is providing an overview from the vendors as to what they're going to provide as a pay station, and that can be part of the selection process.
Okay, thank you. I was in the San Mateo, second floor, and it was free. But yesterday there's have a QR code. So it's very easy. And scan and you put your credit card there. When you're leaving, use INS. Then very easy. And also I think it's cheaper. Are we gonna use that one?
Real quickly, just for everyone here, I want to make sure we're on topic, which this is item 14, which is in regards to automated license plate reader. I realize that, the topic and discussion of paid parking and different materials and items and technology we're going to use is going to keep going, but I want to make sure we stay on point because tonight's agenda is fairly long. We still got some other speakers that we need to.
Mr. Mayor, just real quick, maybe this will be helpful.
Sure.
So that's to be determined, the technology, but that will be in response to the RFP. And then, Councilmember Riley, we get to review that and select it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Councilmember Riley. Any other additional questions or comments from council? Okay. Do we have any public comment for this item? I don't have any in-house speaker items or speaker slips.
There are no hands raised and no speaker slip for this item.
Thank you, City Clerk. So with that being said, I'm ready to entertain a motion on this item.
Move approval.
All right, I will second. All right.
Item number 14, passed by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. So we're now moving over to new business, and we have item 15, which is adoption of a resolution to amend the operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2026, 2027, authorize the city manager designee to only fund the City of Millbrae's share of the personnel increases for Central County Fire Department's fiscal year 2026, 2027 costs, and authorize the city manager designee to execute an agreement with the County of San Mateo to provide police services for fiscal year 2026 to 2027 to fiscal year 2029 to 2030 in an amount not to exceed $10,863,685 for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. So I'm now going to call on Mike Sung, Finance Director, to present the report. Mr. Sung.
Thank you, Mayor Rinaldi. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Today we're going to talk about our mid-cycle adjustment for our biennial budget. So let's go ahead and hit the next slide, please. So just a reminder, Council met back in March of last year for goal setting, and these are just the goals that we have for both fiscal years for 25-26 and 26-27, and they're based off of the goal setting. This includes safe and clean city, economic development with fiscal responsibility, infrastructure, sovereign city governance with fiscal responsibility, and community engagement. Now we'll move on to the budget highlights. So the adopted budget was $92.6 million in expenditures for all funds and $43.4 in the general fund for fiscal year 26-27. What we're proposing is an adjustment to change that total to $93.7 for all funds and $43.8 for expenditures for fiscal year 26-27. So the city continues to experience economic development, and we're also accommodating significant housing growth pursuant to the state mandates. You can tell with all the units that are coming up. As the mayor had mentioned, the 97 units over at 1301 Broadway, the 200-something units over at One Meadow Glen, which used to be the Office Depot, and then Hanover / El Rancho development as well is coming on board. So we also have lots of critical capital projects. We have Lower Hillcrest Subbasin 4, the Hacienda Lift Station, Madrone, a Prenda water tank, which we're relining to extend that. That seems to be a pretty good solution. The Broadway water main pipes, as well as the water main down on Ridgewood and Helen Drive, which goes to Larkspur, and also the Highline Hillsborough water transmission main. Lots of our enterprise fund in action. Next slide, please. So I'm going to preempt this by just mentioning that, so the general fund uses and expenditures, What you're really seeing here at the end is just kind of a percentage change from what the adopted and the adjusted would be looking like. So it's a slight decrease for the general government. For fire, I want to mention that what you're seeing at the very end is just how we've looked at budgeting with an explanation to follow in the next slide. The main thing I want you to take a look at is the cost actually increased quite a bit from our fire contract, which goes from 10.4 to 11.8. That's a 14% increase. That's 2 times the normal rate that we've seen over the last 9 years. Fire rates have gone anywhere from 3.2 to 8.9%, and it's averaged roughly 7, but this time around it looks like it's 14 full percent from 25-26 to 26-27. We have something underneath, which is the city staff suggested amount, which is slightly lower, which I'll kind of explain a little bit more, where the fire unions and the CCFD had gone back and they had negotiated, and the personnel portion of that's about 9.7%. There's a little bit of extra revenue from Millbrae for an actual net increase of 9.4, but we're basically suggesting that we pay the 9.7%, which is the personnel costs portion of the contract. What you'll also see is there's actually a decrease in other fire costs. But besides just the CCFD contract, there's also the UAL, the unfunded actual liability. You're probably wondering why it's going down. Well, CalPERS had an extraordinarily good year a couple years ago, and when they look at the actuarial liability, if you make the 6.8%, which is what the discount rate is right now, you'll generally maintain that level. If you beat that, it'll actually decrease it ever so slightly. And this holds true for not just fire, it holds true for police and as well as miscellaneous employees. So we've had a run of a few good years so far. So that's why it actually went down. Then you'll look over at police, you'll see that that's about 0.3. The police contract actually went up about 5.8%. We had budgeted about 5. It's fairly reasonable. It's also offset a little bit because, as I had mentioned, the UAL does go down a little bit when you have a better than anticipated return. And then you'll see Public Works goes up slightly, as well as Parks and Community Development goes down slightly. Transfers out goes down slightly as well. A lot of the transfers out going down slightly is actually recreation. So they continue to do a pretty good job. I'll talk a little bit more about them in one of the future slides. So let's get to the next slide, please. So Central County Fire Department, this is divided between Millbrae, Hillsborough, and Burlingame. So Millbrae's cost is 30% of CCFD's budget. As I had mentioned before, the cost increase goes from 10.4 to about 11.8. That's a 14% increase. Of that portion, salary and personnel costs is about 9.7%. And I think I mentioned this as well, is that over the last 9 years, the range has been between 3.2 to 8.9. The average has been about 7%. So the 14 is extraordinarily high. Starting in fiscal year 26-27, the city of Burlingame is charging for tenant improvements and rent, something that they haven't done before. And these costs are all allocated to the 3 cities, Millbrae, Burlingame, and Hillsborough. Our share, Millbrae's share, is estimated at 30% or $340,000 just for the tenant improvements and the rent. I don't think these costs appear to be authorized under the current contract. Currently, what's in the contract, we believe, is that each city basically takes care of its own facilities. So you can take a look at that. That's pretty much highlighted in the budget for CCFD. I believe it's page 28, if I'm not mistaken. I'll actually talk about that one piece. So what we're recommending really is that we go back and confer with CCFD, discuss the additional costs pursuant to the contract, and just pay for the personnel cost components increase at this time right now. So that's for Central County Fire. Let's go ahead and move on. So revenue. So revenue-wise, There aren't too many adjustments. There are some increases and some slight decreases. Overall, property tax actually does go up a little bit. And one thing I will mention is that the VLF, we budgeted slightly less after hearing some additional information from the state. I believe the state's looking at allocating about 2/3 of the VLF portion that is missing. So that's why we've adjusted our revenue estimates for that. And then one of the bright spots is sales tax. So originally, sales tax didn't look so high for next year, but it has been relatively high, exceedingly high, actually, I should say, from 3.4 to almost 3.9. So sales tax has been performing a little bit better. TOT, transient occupancy tax, you'll notice there's a slight decrease, but I have to caveat that by mentioning that we weren't sure when El Rancho was going out of business at that point. And since El Rancho closed on March 27th, I believe, of this year, so we've now factored that out, and that is a slight decrease. And TOT has performed a little bit better than anticipated, so that's offset a lot of that portion as well. Franchise taxes have performed within expectations, generally speaking, same as other taxes. Licenses and permits and charges for services are pretty much right where they are. Fines and forfeitures have been a little bit higher. There have been a couple more parking, I believe, fines as well. So I do believe that that has increased a bit. Use of money and property has also gone up as well. We also weren't quite sure when the other Outfront Media billboard would go up. So we received a one-time payment this fiscal year. I believe it's $200,000, and then moving forward, we'll have a different revenue share model with just that one piece, along with the main one that we have when you're facing north as well. Grants and intergovernmental, we kept it the same. I should caveat the grants and intergovernmental to say this is the money that we pretty much know is coming in, and as more money does come in, as we do get more grants coming in, I think we'll have some other items that we'll talk about later that Public Works will actually talk about. But when we do apply for the grants, when we know we're going to get the grants, we'll amend the budget. The budget's a dynamic document. So once we know the money's coming in, we'll amend it, and then we'll come back to council and update at that point. We don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. We want to make sure that we have good conservative estimates here. And then, of course, there's not really much change in miscellaneous, but all in all, it's about a $600,000 increase in revenue that we're suggesting as an adjustment. Next slide, please. So with this for council, and just to remind the public, we don't really get that much of the property tax ad valorem, the 1%. We only get 16%, a little bit less than that. 28% of that goes to the county. Pretty much the rest of it goes to the school districts. A little tiny sliver goes to like some of the other districts like mosquito abatement or something, but we only get 16%. Put that into perspective, if you go to the next slide, you'll see a $2 million property. I'm sorry, next slide, please, thanks. You'll see a $2 million property, and Millbrae's share is only $3,157. That's our approximate share of that property tax. So we don't really get that much. As I mentioned, most of it goes to the county and the schools. Next slide, please. Also to talk about sales tax as well, same thing. Everybody keeps thinking, hey, I pay all that sales tax, where does it go? Well, 6% of the sales tax, of our 9.375% sales tax rate, 6% goes to the state, 1% goes to the county, 1.375% goes to the transit district, and only 1% goes to Millbrae. So effectively, we get 1% of the 9.375% sales tax. Next slide, please. So this kind of just talks about what the distributions are for the sales tax. I think we can just move to the next slide. I also do want to mention that there's a couple of other items in the summary. The city does continue to proactively address our capital needs. So when we plan for the future, we look to see what's the most critical, what needs to be funded. We stretch it out if we need to, but also we want to make sure we're prudent. We pay for things when we have to, because, you know, we want to make sure that we're not being penny wise and pound foolish. So I should mention that we had already negotiated this before. There's a 4% cost of living adjustment that goes into effect for all Teamsters and unrepresented employees, including department heads, that is effective on July 1, 2026. There's no change. It's already budgeted, but I do want to remind people because it's mid-cycle, so just something to let people know about. Also, we're also recommending that total citywide permanent employees increase by 6 to 111.75. You're probably wondering why we're adding 6. Well, it's really shifting 6. That's what it really is. So of these 6 employees, 1 is a permit technician, and this would replace contract services that we would have. It would be a commensurate amount, effectively would have an actual city employee instead of contract services. So that's why I mentioned it's a shift. Also, an associate engineer that replaces 3 interns. So the associate engineer would be doing that work. And the same with the maintenance workers, 1 in facilities and 3 in parks. These all replace temporary positions. We have a budgeted amount in temporary positions for all of the different divisions. We would be removing most of that and replacing that with full-time people that would be a little bit more, you know, reliable. Not that our temporary aren't reliable, but it's easier with the full-time. So it's a really just a funding shift is how I would describe it. Next slide, please. So with that, staff recommends three things. We basically amend and adjust the fiscal year 26-27 operating capital budget from 92.6 to 93.7. That's all part of the resolution. We also recommend adopting a resolution that approves an agreement with the County of San Mateo to provide law enforcement services for fiscal year 26-27 through 29-30. In amount not to exceed the $10.8 million for a period of July 1 through June 30th, 2026 to 2027. We usually get amendments each year that are 1 year that we would basically review and then approve at every yearly council meeting for the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office contract. And lastly, just to authorize the city manager or designee just to fund what we recommend is the personnel costs increase for Central County, which we've calculated out to be approximately 9.7%. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you for the robust report, Mr. Chung, and passing it back to council for any questions or comments for staff. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yeah, for the FTEs or full-time hires, do we have like a detailed cost benefit analysis for these positions? I understand the trade-off is that we have consultants or contract services, it can be more expensive. I just want to know if it's justified. Do we have enough work for these people? There's a cost benefit, if you can talk through that.
So there's definitely the activity level there. That's why we've always had the part-time and temporary there. And so we do monitor the budget just to see what the activity level looks like. So the work is actually there. And when we cost these things out, we do the full cost, salary, benefits, pension, everything else. And we look at that. In some cases, it might be slightly higher or slightly lower, but it's approximately that cost. And usually for contract services, that's generally slightly higher than what a city cost would be. So there might be some cost savings in that. So we do take a pretty close look at that. We look to see long range if we do need the positions, and it does look like that's the case. We are expanding. We are growing pretty fast. You can tell by the property tax in itself. We have a lot of developments going on. This is one of the things why we're slightly different from the rest of San Mateo County, is that we have development going on.
I see. Thank you.
Councilmember Riley.
I saw there's 26 to 27 and 29 to 30. 30. What about 28?
Oh, it's from 26, fiscal year 26, 27 through fiscal year 29, 30. It's 4 years.
Oh, okay, 4 years.
Yeah, and it's amended every year with a new amount that the city council would review and have to approve, basically.
Okay. Then one page you said the increase 14%, right?
Now, that was for fire. What I was talking about with the 4 years is for police. It's different. But the 14% increase for fire, what staff's recommending is we only pay the personnel portion because we want to go back to CCFD and talk to them about the additional costs that were in there, the tenant improvements, as well as the rent that was never there, because what we've had in the past and what we believe is in the contract is each of the cities are supposed to take care of their own facilities. So this was new, and it doesn't appear that it's authorized at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from the council? Got one more from Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, so for the 9.7, right, increase for CCFD staff, I get, we're breaking it out and then we have a discussion for the remainder. Of that 9.7, did we do any detailed breakdown on that cost increase?
So of the 9.7, 4%, when CCFD negotiated, they negotiated 4.442. So it's 4% for 1 year, 4% for the next year, 4% for the next year, and then 2% for half year. So that's the salary piece. Then there's additional benefits plus additional positions that were in there. So that's all commingled into the 9.7%. We did get a chance to see what that looked like.
And that doesn't have a high variance, right, from historical data? It's right in line?
4% isn't too far from the historical data for increases. You have to understand that safety classes, they generally are quite expensive, especially for like the pension cost itself. So that's pretty normal.
I see. So other than that, within that 9.7 band, that seems normal. That seems to be, that's the takeaway, right?
Yeah, within that band, that appears to be the amount. You have to also understand that they added a couple positions, so yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to open it up to public comment. I do have one speaker slip that's in the house, and that's for Lisi Huang, who I believe is no longer here. So we'll put that public comment away. Do we have any online speakers?
We do not.
Okay, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for additional comments and questions. Council? Okay. Seeing that there's none right now, I want to, first and foremost, thank the folks at CCFD for the wonderful work they did over on the weekend. I realize that was a pretty scary incident that happened. A lot of residents reached out. Obviously, we support our firefighters. Also seeing that there's some costs that are a little new to us. Want to thank staff for their recommendation here. So with that being said, I'd be willing to take a motion from anyone from council, if someone so wishes to make a motion. We've got a motion from Councilmember Nguyen, and is that a motion to accept staff's recommendation? So that would be to accept the, 9.7% increase in labor for CCFD, and then not pay for the additional rent and TI improvement?
Yeah, we would be going back to CCFD to confer with them about that. We would be discussing this.
So there'd be an additional conversation. So at this point, just funding the 9.7%.
Correct.
Which is supporting our firefighters, which I wholeheartedly agree with. So I will second that motion. And then for the last portion of that, with our police, with San Mateo County Sheriffs, that's a contract you said for 4 years? Because I have it 2026 to 2030. So that would be a 4-year commit with them.
It's a 4-year contract with 1-year amendments for each.
Got
Yeah,
it.
to clarify, it's not really a 4-year commitment because every year the council has to approve the contract.
Which is typical we've had before in the past.
Correct.
So
Right.
basically is saying over the 4 years, this is kind of what we're expecting.
Yes, and then also just to, as the council is aware, we're doing a study on cost benefit level of service. So the sheriff's contract and budget will be coming back to the city council based on the matrix study and the findings this fall in terms of managing the need for deputies in the field for the level of service. So there's more to come on that budget. You're not stuck into a 4-year contract. Each year, the council will approve the contract and the budget. But coming up probably September, October, we'll be coming back to the city council in terms of what we need to fulfill the level of service for police services, deputy services within the city.
Perfect, thanks.
Just as a heads up, so you.
Thanks for the point of information there. And I'd also like to thank Captain Huey and sheriffs for all the hard work you guys do. It's not unnoticed. Would anyone like to amend that motion? We're good? No alternate motions? So we'll go to vote.
Item number 15 passed by a vote of 4-0.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. That moves us along to item number 16, which is adoption of a resolution requesting the Central County Fire Department Board of Director, City Council of Burlingame, and Town Council of Hillsborough amend the current joint powers agreement to include the City of Millbrae. This is an action item. So I'm going to call on City Manager Williams to present the report.
Yes,
City
thank you,
Manager.
Mr. Mayor. So the item requests council adoption of a resolution that's formally asking the Central County Fire Department Board of Directors, the City Council of Burlingame, and the Town Council of Hillsborough to amend the existing joint powers agreement and include the City of Millbrae as a full member agency with representation in the governance of the organization. In terms of background, or as way of background, Central County Fire Department, or CCFD, was formed in 2004 through a joint powers agreement between the City of Burlingame and the Town of Hillsborough. It was in 2014 that the City of Millbrae entered into a contractual fire services agreement and has now been a partner in the organization for more than 10 years. And during that time, the regional model has proven to be very successful, providing high-quality fire protection, emergency medical services, training, prevention, and emergency response while achieving the operational efficiencies and economies of scale that we had all envisioned, all three cities had envisioned. So as you know from the previous item, Millbrae funds approximately 30% of the department's $46.7 million budget, while Burlingame contributes 42% and Hillsborough 28%. And so despite this substantial financial contribution and long-standing partnership, Millbrae currently has no formal representation on the CCFD board and no direct role in the governance and decisions affecting staffing, budgeting, strategic planning, or service delivery. I think it's important to note that CCFD's recently adopted strategic plan and the SWOT analysis that's attached to the staff report. SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The analysis identified a weakness within the governance structure, specifically noting that the lack of representation by the City of Millbrae limits the equitable decision-making and resource allocation throughout CCFD. So the proposed resolution seeks to address that concern and align the agency's governance with the realities of the current operations and funding structure. We have had this request made to CCFD board as well as the City of Burlingame and Town of Hillsborough. There hasn't been any action, so we're bringing this resolution, a formal resolution, direction of this city council to this request. Timing is also important because CCFD is currently benefiting from a federal SAFER grant. SAFER is an acronym for Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response. It's a 3-year grant from the federal government to support the staffing and reopen of Station 36. When that grant expires, the participating cities will need to determine how these ongoing costs will be funded. In addition, Millbrae does continue to invest in its own facilities here that benefit CCFD. And for example, we just, over the last year, spent about $70 million in the training tower. And that absolutely, benefits CCFD as a whole for training purposes. But that's a cost that we absorb specifically for the City of Millbrae to keep the operations and maintenance of facilities.
Manager Williams, can I stop you for a second? Can you reiterate what that number was for the training tower? I heard 70 million, maybe I'm.
Sorry, 70,000.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's important. Yes.
be, I don't want that to be in the right,
There
70,000.
you go. Thank you.
If I had 70 million, I could build a parking garage also.
And if I may, I think that is in pursuant to our existing contract, where each individual cities are taking care of our own facilities and fire stations, including replacement and the significant repairs. Is that correct?
That is correct, Vice Mayor, yes.
Okay, very well.
So staff believes in closing here that after more than a decade as a reliable fiscal and operational partner, that Millbrae should have a formal voice in the decisions that shape the future of the department. And inclusion in the JPA would strengthen the regional cooperation, improve accountability and transparency, support long-term financial sustainability of CCFD, and ensure that all three communities participating in and funding the department are represented in its governance. So that's what the resolution says. The resolution is attached. So the action before the City Council currently has no fiscal impact, but staff recommends the adoption of the resolution. If you adopt it this evening, we will transmit it to the CCFD Board, the Burlingame City Council, and the Hillsborough Town Council for their consideration. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Williams. Passing it back to council for any questions or comments. Vice Mayor Fung.
Thank you so much for bringing this forward, City Manager. I read through the resolution. A couple of things I'd like to just add a little bit. On page 2, where there's section 2 and then there's section 3, the City Council of the City of Millbrae hereby respectfully requests that the Central County Fire Department Board of Directors formally agendize at the next meeting and consider an amendment to the CCFD Joint Power Agreement to include the City of Millbrae as a full member agency. Therefore, as you said a moment ago, time is of the essence. We'd like to make sure that this, get considered as quickly as possible at the next available meeting. And then section 3, the last sentence, the City Council further respectfully requests that the City Council of the City of Burlingame and the Town Council of the Town of Hillsborough consider and approve the necessary amendments to the Joint Power Agreement to provide for the inclusion of the City of Millbrae as a member agency with equitable governance representation. Just minor edits if I may.
Thank you for the suggestions, Vice Mayor Fung. They seem reasonable. Additional comments or questions from council? Councilmember Nguyen.
This seems obvious. We pay a significant amount, almost a third into the fund, but have zero representation. So it seems obvious, but I would just like to know what were the counterpoints this whole time, why we didn't have a seat, basically, despite paying this much into it.
Yeah, I think in a little bit of the history, back in 2014, when the agreement was negotiated, as I understand it, it really was negotiated by the previous city manager, and not a lot of it was brought to the city council at that time. And I don't know enough about that, but that's my understanding. And I think that, one of the reasons why it was negotiated and it works is because the economies of scale, right? And I mean, it helps Burlingame, it certainly helps Millbrae, it certainly helps Hillsborough. And I think that it was requested, but it was rejected at the time. And I think that, the agreement for the last 10 years, the City of Millbrae really has requested it be part of the governance, but it hasn't been acted upon by the other two cities or the CCFD board. So that's why we're bringing this formal resolution to the City Council that you all can adopt, that sends a clear request to CCFD board and the other two municipalities to formally agendize and consider this request from Millbrae.
Yeah, it makes sense, but did we get comments from Burlingame and Hillsborough? Why? Did they have any compelling points for us not being here?
Some of the discussion is that the decision-making of those two municipalities has continued to work. But, I think as CCFD is moving forward, implementing some of the provisions of the strategic plan, one of which is they're studying and considering formation of a special district, that opportunity to include the City of Millbrae is absolutely necessary and essential, because I think we could provide a great added value in terms of moving that process forward. And if there is a decision to form a special district. A special district requires the vote of each constituency in each municipality, and Millbrae being part of the governance could absolutely be a benefit to that decision. And certainly then, if we're going to ask the residents of Millbrae to take an action on formation, I think governance is imperative.
Sounds good, thanks.
City Manager Williams, I got a quick question for you. Given Mr. Sung's presentation about the increase in service level, the cost of service level, the new line items, would we be having that discussion if we had a seat at the table with CCFD?
You would have been part of that process in terms of, as board members, certainly asking questions about the fiscal impact and being part of the discussion in approving the budget. So to answer your question, yes, you would be part of that.
So we wouldn't be just handed a bill and told to pay and come back to him if we had
Correct.
any reservations about that?
Correct.
Okay, let me ask you a little bit about the service. And Chief Pucci, I know you're in audience today. I really appreciate your patience in waiting for us to get to this item. I know it's been a long night. I wanted to ask about the firehouses within each city. They're staffed, from what I understand, with the same amount of service personnel. So if you could just give us a breakdown of each city with the amount of firehouses they have and the staffing that each firehouse has, that would be helpful.
Sure. Good evening. Thank you for the question. Dave Pucci, the fire chief with CCFD. And the breakdown per city of stations that are actually located within the city limits. You have 2 in Millbrae, 2 in Hillsborough, and then 3 in the city of Burlingame. The third for the city of Burlingame just came about not quite a year ago when we got the SAFER grant, reopened Station 36. I don't view necessarily where the station is located as far as service level, because even though 36 is in the city of Burlingame, has a significant impact for Burlingame, or excuse me, for the city of Millbrae with response time in the city, and so that's improved greatly as well. But that's the breakdown. At each station, you have a single engine with 3 firefighters on it, and then the truck is at Station 34 in Burlingame on California that has a 4-person truck.
Got it. So there's a little bit extra staff in Burlingame with the 4-person truck?
Just because of where they're physically
Got
located,
it.
yeah, but that truck serves all 3 cities.
Yeah, and there's 3 stations in Burlingame as well, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I had another question for you. There's been a lot of discussion around dependent district, and been told in conversations outside of this that we need to wait for a dependent district, that there's a study going on. Can you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what that process looks like? Because it's a multi-step process. It's not something as easy as saying, hey, we're moving to a dependent district. It involves council decision plus the constituency to vote that in within all 3 cities. So if you could just kind of break that down for the public so they understand what the process is.
Sure. So really, when it comes to the history prior to 2.5 years ago, it'd be hearsay if I talked about any of that. But when I got here, this was one of the messages that I heard, and the importance of actually doing a study for both governance and also forming a fire district. A fire district was recommended in the Standards of Cover study that was done before I arrived at the department. And among the things that were in the Standards of Cover included opening up Station 36, putting a 4th on the truck, and also studying the formation of a district. That study was expanded to include, this is what it means to become a district, and this is also options for what the governance could look like going forward if we were going to change something. So that we put in for the budget request for the study last fiscal year. That was approved. We hired the contractor through the end of last year and started the study this year. And that study will basically lay out a roadmap of here's your options for governance. And really the councils could direct us whichever way we want to go. We could conceivably get this study back and decide that a district might not work for us, or maybe it's going to be the best option, but it's also going to have other governance options as well. And so to form a district, that would likely be a 2 or 3 year process if we continue down that road. That would include, we're looking at a dependent district. I recognize the desire for local control and having the council involved. So I'm not recommending that we would go with an independently elected board. The representation would come from the city councils to a dependent district fire board. Through that process, it would have to go to the voters, and the voters would have to approve it. So there's a lot of groundwork that would need to be done before it ever show up on the ballot.
Got it. So we're talking a multi-year process here. This isn't something as easy as it being on the ballot by, a couple months from now,
I wish.
next year, yeah.
I wish
And-
probably 2-3 years.
And it would require a vote between all three councils in order to get it to move forward? Or would it only be two councils because there's only two councils on the governance board?
No, for a district, the City of Millbrae elects to be part of that process, then there would be some interaction of the city council within Millbrae before that would go to the voters. I'm not an expert in what districts act in the formation of the districts. That's why we have the consultant to really help us with that. But the decision to be part of that district would certainly involve the council.
Got it. And there would also be an educational piece because the constituencies of each three cities would need to be educated on what is on the ballot and what they are voting for.
Correct, and understanding that this is an allocation of tax funds to support the fire department. It's not an increase in tax funds. There's a whole list of education that we would have to do for our constituents before we would ever put it on the ballot.
So this isn't a light lift. This is fairly intricate process.
This is significant. This is definitely a big project.
Yeah, I appreciate your transparency on that and being very upfront. Based off the SWOT analysis, it's obvious that it's identified that Millbrae doesn't have a seat at the table, that there's a lack of equity there. Would you support us being on the governance board with CCFD?
With my position, that my job is really to provide the data to the councils and to, my interest ultimately comes down to having a financially sustainable program for all the cities that are involved.
Yep.
So I have to provide the data to you, and until we get the study, just like with the parking study, I can't give a support or what I support until we get the study back.
And how long of the relationship have we had with CCFD? Is it 12 years?
Correct. Well, since 2014.
And it's been a steady relationship, right? There's been no bumps in the road financially from what I could see?
It's been very positive. Yeah. I mean,
Our firefighters enjoy serving the city of Millbrae, and they've been part of the community.
And I could tell you, firsthand experience, my experience with CCFD, I've been heavily active with you folks with the CERP program. I absolutely adore the program. I absolutely adore the firefighters that I interact with. I think it's a great service. And, quite frankly, I think we're a lot stronger together, all three cities, which brings me to the point I don't quite understand why, this isn't the first time this request has been made. I just don't understand why it's never been acted on. Looking at the portions of what each city's paying, looks like we're paying our fair share. Also with the additional line items that we're being asked, in my mind, it looks like we're paying or being asked to pay partner pricing without the representation that comes along with it. So, I guess the issue is fairly simple. That Millbrae has the responsibility without the representation. And to me, in my mind, that's just not a sustainable governance model. So I would sure hope that this resolution, if supported by our council to pass along, would be acted upon by the other city councils, and we could amend the JPA and be added. At this point, I think we've shown enough good faith that we're there. We're there for CCFD, and we really want to be a part of it. Any other council comments before we open up to public comment?
Check public comment and then we'll come back.
Good, okay. So let's take public comment. I have one in-house right now. That's former Mayor Ann Schneider. Thanks for staying so late, former Mayor. I think you've been through a couple of these late.
Hi, Ann Schneider. I live on Palm Avenue. I was elected in November of 2015, and my first assignment, and for 9 years, I was on the fire subcommittee. I also was our emergency services rep on that. I can tell you when I first came on board, I was told that the reason we went to CCFD was to save money. Now, when I ran in 2013 and lost, this was actually the big election issue in 2013 on that. I'm going to bring up my conclusion first. I know that the vice mayor is on the Peninsula Clean Energy board. When I was on that board, we were going to build our first electric system, our first new renewable energy system, and it was in Los Baños. And the members of the PCE board voted to allow Los Baños to become a full board member without any additional cost, no buy-in, no opt-in, none of that, just opt them in, welcome them as a new partner. And I think since then, whatever the PCE new name is, they've now added another member. It just is good governance. on that, and it's a good team player. Now, in my 9 years as a council subcommittee, and to go back to Councilman Nguyen, great question, what were some of the reasons given? And I know the mayor wants me to try to be as positive, because I actually think the 2 other cities could do it now without a lot of hoopla. It is the right thing to do. And I am so proud of the city and all of you considering this tonight. It is the right thing to do. But some of the reasons were given is, well, we might have to buy in. We might have to pay in because we weren't part of all of that contract discussion back in 2002. That's why I gave you the PCE energy option on that. The other question was, well, we're not, when I actually brought it up on the service committee, it went to the then person that Mr. Pucci represents, and it came back from a town manager that, well, Millbrae, you're not like the other 2 cities. Okay, let's put that aside. Then I heard another reason was, wow, Millbrae, you're building all of this high buildings, and now we're gonna have to buy a ladder truck. At the same time, Burlingame was building those 8-story Facebook pages. I will tell you, over the years, each time whomever I served on that fire subcommittee with, there was a different reason given on that. And it kind of breaks my heart. And now that I'm off council and I've been doing the research on Millbrae's history, and I discovered that when BART came in and we lost car rental dealerships and we lost other businesses, a few years later, we had to go to the sheriff's and then to the fire department. But the big winner of that loss of the rental car agency was, of course, the County of San Mateo and Burlingame, because they got those businesses that had to move out of Millbrae when BART came. And then, of course, Burlingame voted for BART not to come into Burlingame. So if we are different, and if Station 37 has long been held
Thank you, Mayor
against us,
Schneider. We're
that
at
is
time.
the history. Move forward tonight. Vote for this.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Do we have any raised hands online?
Yes, we do. The speaker is Albert Yam. Please accept the mute.
Fantastic. Mr. Yam?
Hello, City Council. My comment is related but not directly about the governance. What I want to emphasize is that this is one of the biggest, item on our annual budget, roughly about a quarter, 25%. And in a time that we're trying to figure out solutions to help our own downtown, to help our own city, we really need to make sure we're spending money where the bang for the buck is. It sounded like, it was also one of the items when Mrs. Sung presented his PowerPoint. It was the item with the biggest surprise in terms of, annual increase, whether from prior year or from the original adopted budget. To me, that is a cost that we don't have control about because we're not on the governance board, and we're being carried over and, being forced to, pay the bill. There's no control whatsoever that the city council or city staff could interference in terms of, how that would impact our own fiscal responsibility. So I don't know whether it is feasible to look at, other possible, alternative solutions, and whether, there are better deals out there, whether it's time to shop, what is, the process. But I do think being one of the biggest items on our annual budget, it's a significant issue that we need to address. Thank you.
Thank you, and there are no other speakers, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Yam. Thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any additional questions or comments from the council? Vice Mayor Fung.
Thank you. Chief, thank you for being here today and staying late. I know it's 10:30, past 10:30. This is a topic that we've had discussion on for a long time. I think I started discussing this item since 2022 in my first term, shortly after I got elected. And, and then thank you for including us in the strategic planning process as well. I remember city manager and myself was also interviewed by your consultant as part of the strategic plan. And they, in fact, did identify that the lack of representation from Millbrae on the fire board is a weakness, as stated here, because that limits the equitable decision-making. Can you speak to that a little bit about, the progress that has been made since we first discussed this, and then the strategic plan identifying this being a deficiency, a weakness, till today that we're waiting for a discussion on this item on the fire board?
Sure. First off, when I started here, having come from the agency that I came from, I was very aware about the service to a contract city. I was the San Carlos fire chief when I was there, and I was front and center with all things with San Carlos Fire. And so I was very sensitive to making sure that our customer is happy. I had no interest in trying to not carry your concerns forward, and intentionally made sure that we had Millbrae involved in the strategic plan and not changing the concerns that were expressed and actually documenting them and carrying them forward. That enabled kind of the next step that I'm able to do, which is initiate a study, because if I'm going to come and make a recommendation or provide options for different elected bodies, I need a consultant to actually really help us tease this out and provide complete data for all of our elected officials to make decisions. So in the time that we've been here, part of this the study was always a priority. Part of it was slowed down a little bit because we did get the federal grant, the $8.5 million from FEMA to open up 36, and that took a lot of staff time. So we didn't get to it as fast as I would like to, but we have certainly been pushing forward to be able to complete that and provide all of the information to all the elected officials.
Yeah. Do you foresee this being an item that we can discuss in the next meeting?
I'm sorry, discuss it at the next Millbrae meeting or at the next board meeting?
Fire board meeting.
The next fire board meeting would be on July 8th, and I'll carry that forward.
Okay. Yeah, we would love to, obviously, as been stated, we've been with CCFD for about 12 years now. And, you guys always do an excellent job. I was actually sitting in my living room when the fire truck went by in front of my house on a Friday night. And thankful that nobody gets hurt and the fire got put out quickly. And so, us being a part of CCFD, as part of the district, part of the surface area, let me just kind of use that term, surface area at the moment, and contributing 30% into the budget, we want to be a long-term partner. As clearly stated in this resolution, our intent is to, work with CCFD and be a part of the district in the long run. This intent cannot be more clear. And so, and also as some of the background, some of the historical context of this discussion, and how, we would work better together on all three cities. And as you stated, thank you so much for confirming that the firefighter loves to work in our city. And so I see only benefit, but no downside for us to be a part of that governance, sitting where I am. And I sure hope that this is the sentiment that's being shared across the fire board as well as the two other cities. And I would certainly love for you to bring that message back to the fire board and be a champion for us. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Vice Mayor Fung. And if I may, as you heard from one of our constituents, just who dialed in, their concerns around cost. For this council, public safety is one of our #1 priorities. City Manager Williams, I'd like to ask you, we heard the cost, about 20%, 25% was mentioned by the resident. Can you kind of elaborate on what the general cost or average cost is for public safety for a city compared to their general fund?
Well, public safety, including police and fire, is usually, depending on the city, is 60 to 80% of the general fund.
Got it.
And it depends. I mean, there's always a comparison, but each city's different, and it is not apples to apples, but it's somewhere between 60, 80%.
Got it. For the public's knowledge, I want to make sure that they
Yeah.
understand that we're being fiscally responsible.
Yeah.
That's been the theme of this whole council meeting for however many hours it's dragged on.
But Mr. Mayor, also maybe since I have the microphone to address the public comment, our intent here is not to look for other solutions. I mean, clearly we want in, right? We've showed that we've been a good partner for the last 12 years. It's been working fantastic. My relationship with the other two city managers is phenomenal, always a spirit of cooperation. The service is off the charts good, it's high. And so I want to separate that from your ability to be part of the solution and be part of the governance. And I do believe that is good governance, it's good policy, and it's fiscally responsible. And I think the added value that we do provide to the other cities, whether it's sharing costs, one of the biggest challenges that we have that really hasn't been identified, is I believe it's identified in the specific plan, is the aging fire stations in Hillsborough, in Burlingame, and Millbrae. Those need to be addressed, and the economies of scale working together on improving those firehouses is something that I think we need to really be serious about and identify our strength together in those capital improvements that are necessary, whether they're seismic, whether they're OSHA standards, whatever it may be. But that's a challenge that all of the cities face, all three of the cities, plus we're just in older communities, right? And so, that's something that I think for the other cities, when their councils get this resolution, that they need to consider. I mean, there's so many pluses that line up for this action, and the minuses are really zero in my mind.
I'm sorry, and that's an important point of discussion when we're talking about a district, is when you're talking about the long-term CIPs. If we're looking at station replacement, we're talking about multi-million-dollar problems that will take decades to really catch up on. And potentially, if we form a district, does that CIP still rest with the city? Does it get transferred to a new district? Those are all the answers that I don't have yet, that we really need to look at that. And just to touch quickly on the budget, 14% is uncomfortable for me too. But it is in the context of expanding services and adding an engine company and the related costs too. So we're really trying to meet the need and the future needs of our communities, including Millbrae.
Vice Mayor Fung.
Thank you. Thank you for the context of that discussion, Chief. And, as you discuss the CIP, the future increases of services and better services, and then also as you conclude the strategic plan and the discussion of forming a special district in the future, that's why it is that much more important for Millbrae to be at that table for those discussions, because we are talking about the future of CCFDs for decades to come. What the governance needs to look like, what the budget is going to be, what the expansion of service, right, response times, how to improve services, how to better connect with our constituents and the people that we serve. The strategic plan lays out the future of this organization. And I think it's fair to say that, people of Millbrae need to be at the table for those discussions and to make those decisions together so that CCFD can continue to thrive and serve all three cities. Because, in terms of population, I think Hillsborough is about, 10,000? We're about 23 plus more, because we have a lot more people coming in. And Burlingame, what are they, about 32,000 and change? So, I mean, we're about 1/3 of the population in totality, right, that CCFD serves. So that's a significant amount. And as we discuss, many different items that, like you mentioned, CIP, the conclusion of the strategic plan, the forming of the future district, we need to be at the table for those decisions and those discussions together. And that is the context at which why we consider this resolution and consider, joining the JPA today. So that we can be a part of those decision-making process.
If I may also, over the years, circa 2010, 2014, and I believe some people believe it today in 2026, that Millbrae's fiscal position is poor. For the record, our fiscal position is strong. We can afford these budget increases. There's no question about it. We can afford, 3 times this amount. The issue is governance, being part of it, right? Working with the chief and being part of the solution. I think that's very important. This notion that, Millbrae's not fiscally sound and all that. Well, maybe 15 years ago, but not today. It is a different story. And I think people need to start recognizing that Millbrae's in great fiscal shape. And so that issue is from the past. We don't want to go, everyone to define it, back to the future or that's all rearview mirror stuff. But on the record, we are not fiscally poor. We are solid, and I think more than ever, that's why we need to be part of the solution, part of the decision-making, part of the think tank, part of everything that goes into very sound operations, for a municipality. And working together, we've proven that model works.
I think it's safe to say that we need to have a seat at the table, to have a voice for the future and not just be an afterthought. So, Councilmember Riley, you had a comment?
Thank you, Chief, for all of your team good work protect our Millbrae city. Thank you. And I have a question for City Manager. You're absolutely good. Right. Under your leadership, our Millbrae is not underwater. Like our neighbor cities, they're all deficits, but we're not. Thank you. So this fund is from our general fund, right?
It's from our general fund, but the citizens of Millbrae also adopted a special assessment. If Mike, can you come up here real quick? So I think it was originally approved in 2014.
So the special assessment, I think it was 2004, then it got renewed in 2009, 2014, and then 2024.
Okay, so since 2004, the voters of Millbrae have adopted a special assessment to augment the revenue to fund specifically fire services, and they renewed that in 2024?
They did. They renewed it in 2024. It renews all the way through 2034, 2033, 34.
And then my point here is the revenue off the special assessment covers about 15%, 20%?
Give or take, it's about 1.9 million in the budget. So it does cover about 14, 15%.
Yeah, so it helps a little bit, 14, 15% of the overall. So to answer your question, 85% is general fund, 15% or so is from the special assessment.
Okay, so this special assessment approved 2014 and get it renewed 2019. And our Millbrae residents is gonna pay from property tax like 80%, right?
So the special assessment itself is an assessment. It's not really a tax. It's just something that the residents pay, and it's collected on the county tax roll, but it's actually not a tax in itself. It goes back to 2004. I believe it was renewed in 2009 after 5 years. And then after 5 more years in 2014, I believe it was renewed again. And then in 2014, they renewed it for 10 years. And just recently, about 2 years ago, they renewed it for another 10 years. And this time around, the special assessment actually has a cost of living adjustment on there, a CPI increase, not to exceed 3%. So we look at the CPI from February to February of each year, and then we see what that is for the San Francisco Bay Area, and that's the increase that's actually attached on there.
Just want to interject just for a second or two. And I want to make sure we stay on topic here, because this is about adopting a resolution to be formally amend the JPA to be included. So understand that the previous item was more so focused on the budget, finance. We did have a little bit of fiscal conversation, but I do want to be cognizant of the time and make sure the questions are more so geared towards the JPA at this point. Are there any more questions or comments? Thank you for your comment, though. It is appreciated. With that being said, I'd love to make a motion to formally adopt this and request that we be added to the JPA.
Mr. Mayor, point of clarification, with the Vice Mayor's amendments?
Yes.
Yes, yes, please. Thank you. It's getting late.
Motion to approve. And just so we know, want to stay on the clock, we got 10 minutes left in this meeting, and we got 3 more items.
Yes. Okay. So go to the votes. Okay.
Item number 16 passed with a vote of 4-0 with amendments.
So that brings us over to item number 17, adoption of a resolution creating a list of projects for fiscal year 2026 to 2027 to be funded in part by Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017, and authorizing city staff to submit application for funding under the Local Streets and Roads Program for the Senate Bill 1 list of projects, and this is an action item. And to present, we have Ahmad Haya, city engineer, and CIP manager to present the report.
Mr. Mayor, before Mr. Hyatt, so I have a point of order. Just procedurally, there is a policy of the city council that if you're going to extend past 11 o'clock, that the city council take a formal action to continue the meeting past 11.
Yep.
So I would recommend that you consider that and take action to move the meeting to 11:30.
I'd like us to take action right now, so we can, in case we go over as this is happening.
Correct. That's
we're
why
good.
I'm bringing that
Okay,
up.
so I will make
We
the
have 10
motion to
minutes.
do that.
Motion
Can
to, okay.
Reset.
Have you already been reset?
Oh, did you make the motion? Okay,
So
so let's reset. There you go. You got a motion, second it. There you go. We got a second too.
This is to extend the meeting to 11:30.
11:30.
And with that, Mr. Hyatt, he's got a presentation. I know he'll be brief. We originally had these on consent. We wanted to just provide exposure to what we're doing and the improvements in the grant funding. So, Mr. Hyatt.
Yeah, in interest of time, just the bottom line up front is that we need to pass a resolution to obtain funds that are available from the state. So that's basically what we're here for to talk about. So here to present about 2027 Senate Bill 1 list of paving projects. Next slide, please. California Senate Bill SB 1 is also known as the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017, and it provides additional funding for road projects. SB 1 created a road maintenance and rehabilitation account, also shorthand as RMA. It's primarily collecting vehicle license fees, fuel excise taxes, and a portion of the sales on diesel. The funds collected by the RMA then are allocated for road maintenance and rehabilitation projects throughout the state. The City of Millbrae is eligible to receive an estimated $656,000 in RMA funding. It's an increase from prior estimates. This is based on additional gas tax and cost of tax. So that's an additional, a pleasant surprise that we were not expecting in the earlier estimates. This we just found out in May. To receive the funding, the city must adopt the resolution before you. We can proceed with these projects and collect the funds when these projects are brought to council and eventually done. So, but those are coming out separately. We're just here to pass the resolution. So, next slide. We have a project that's eligible. It's specifically the Sequoia Avenue and Maple Place. It's continuous. It's right next to the high school, and we'll go to the next slide, please. This is the existing conditions of it. As you can see, there's a lot of weathering and cracking that's already visible. Next slide. And there's already some deterioration on striping and painting that needs to be replaced on Murchison Drive. And you see some cracking and some utility reconstruction trenching that has been done, and that'll all go away as part of this project. Next slide, please. As required by SB 1, we are required to use a pavement management system for all agencies. The City of Millbrae uses the Street Saver pavement management system to assess pavement distress. It also helps to classify the streets and collect traffic volumes, as well as it documents the history of maintenance. Part of this valuation of the streets, we look at the location of it relative to schools. This was right next to Mills High School. We also evaluate regards to other capital projects. Are there any future projects that are expected? Utility projects, maybe we can combine it with another project. As well, we in addition to the pavement management system, we go out there and verify the results that come in there, and we do that with field inspections. Next slide, please. So Sequoia Avenue and Maple Place were recommended for the following reasons. Based on the records that we have, both streets have been on the original conditions and no records of rehabilitation in the street saver program in the past 36 years. There's moderate traffic volumes for residential area with peak hours, with peak traffic coming in during the morning, 8 o'clock, and the afternoon hours at 3 o'clock, which comes with the alignment with the school opening and closing. As stated earlier, it's a route to Mills High School, and Sequoia Avenue is a drop-off zone and a pickup area for students. As part of the Street Saver program, the Sequoia Avenue and Maples Place have a PCI score of 4. That's on a score of 100, with 100 being good and 0 being bad. This is about one of the lowest streets that we have here in the whole Street Saver program. Both streets are contiguous and have similar conditions, so we believe we can do this cost effectively together. And the estimated cost for this project would be about $1 million. That would include the asphalt removal and repair and compaction of the aggregate base, and then reinstallation of the asphalt. Next slide, please. So as mentioned earlier, $656,000 would be used to fund this coming from the RMA account, and then it will be supplemented with the streets fund, $366,000. The funding is already allocated, and there's sufficient funding in the CIP program. Next slide. So with the resolution, if the resolution gets passed tonight, we would then submit it to the state using the CalSmart system, and then with the California Transportation Commission themselves later making an adoption of all the cities and counties that are eligible to use the RMA funds. August 31st is the deadline that they submit to the state controller, so that then we can be then eligible to get the reimbursement. With that, next slide, please. I'm happy to receive any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haya. And in interest of time, I'd like to open it up to public comment first. Seeing that I have no speaker slips here in front of me for in-house, do we have any online, City Clerk?
We do not.
We don't have any speakers online. So I'm going to pass back for comments and questions to council. Any comments or questions?
Move approval.
Second that. Much needed improvement. And by a school. City Clerk.
Item number 17, passed by a vote of 4-0.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, everyone. We're now moving on to item number 18, adoption of 3 resolutions submitting grant applications for number 1, the Aviador Avenue Bridge Replacement Project, number 2, the Downtown Specific Plan Improvement Project under the One Bay Area Grant Cycle 4 program, and 3, the El Camino Real Bikeway Crossing Project at Murchison under the One Bay Area Grant Cycle 4 and Transportation Fund for Clean Air, better known as TFCA program, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute grant agreements and any supporting documents. This is an action item. And Mr. Haya, you are once again presenting to us.
Ms. Mayor, real quick.
Yes.
So there's a typo in the title. It's actually not Murchison, it's Millbrae Avenue.
Oh,
So Millbrae Avenue
Thank you.
at El Camino. So we apologize for the typo and sorry we did not correct that earlier.
thank you for the clarification.
Yes, so once again, this is to submit 3 applications for the OBAG Cycle 4 grant applications. Next slide, please. On May 11th, City and County Association of Governments issued a call for projects for 2 grant programs. It's one Bay Area Grant Cycle 4, as well as the Transportation Fund for Clean Air. And the funding is limited to $24.1 million for OBAG and $2.1 million for TFCA for the whole San Mateo County. This is for a period between 2026 and 2030, so these projects have to be constructed within that period. It's a 4-year cycle. The grant funding for each project, if awarded, is $750,000 will be the minimum award, and $4 million will be the maximum award. The application deadline is next week on June 30th. Next slide, please. So the program prioritizes projects that align with the Planned Area 2050 goals. This is MTC's program. It focuses on multimodal accessibility, improvements to system resilience, and support local infrastructure needs. This Planned Area 2050 focuses on priority development areas, or PDAs, which are projects that are within 1 mile of a PDA. The MTC defines PDAs as places near public transit that are planned by local agencies for new homes, jobs, and community amenities. The important part is that the local community can define what is a PDA. MTC picks this up as part of their overall planning documents in the Planned Area Bay Area 2050. The PDAs in Millbrae cover El Camino Real, downtown, and the Millbrae station area, and that's shown on the next slide. So the The colored areas are, the gray area on the bottom right is the Millbrae Station area. The teal color is the downtown area. And the pink line all the way through, that's the El Camino Real. So all these are considered PDAs by MTC. And the 3 projects that we have is also would be listed here. Aviador Bridge is located within the Millbrae Station, and the El Camino Real Bikeway and pedestrian crossing is right there on El Camino Real. And the downtown areas, streets are within the specific plan of downtown. Next slide, please. So the first project application will be for the Aviador Avenue Bridge replacement. The city will be submitting an application for an accessional element that's crossing the Aviador Bridge, which was built in 1945. It's a concrete box culvert that's over the Highline Canal. And it provides a very important corridor to the Bayside Manor community. So it's one of the secondary access. We've been monitoring and doing periodic assessments, structural assessments. And this spring, our structural engineer made a recommendation to recommend closing it because of the observation of concrete spalling and heavily corroded primary rebar underneath it that was visible. These deficiencies reduced the capacity of the bridge to support cars. So that's one of the things that we did as of earlier this month, June 1st, we've closed that structure. And to replace it, we propose building a brand new bridge as well as add pedestrian and bicycle amenities to that, which is not right now on there, but it can function that way. So, next slide. So the estimated cost is $5 million, and the maximum amount is $4 million, and to meet the local match is $1 million. So we're right there. This project really lines up with this grant program. And as you can see in the pictures, these are the exposed rebar underneath the bridge. And then on the middle slide, you see the structural cracking that's on the actual supporting wall. Then, as I mentioned earlier, the bridge right now is closed right now. So that's what the current condition is on the surface. Next slide, please. Next application is for the downtown specific plan. It's primarily a streetscape project with sustainable street improvements. It's also a complete streets project to encourage biking, walking, and multimodal transit use within the downtown area. It also supports local streets and road preservations on streets as part of the federal aid system. There's grant programs. This OBAG is also a grant program, but there's the Surface Transportation Program and the Transportation Improvement Program. These are all federally highway administrative programs. So these streets are listed on there. And then the last objective also is to comply with the American with Disabilities Act and help build ADA transition ramps. So next slide, please. The proposed streets are all between Magnolia and El Camino Real on Chadbourne, Victoria, La Cruz, and Hillcrest, as well as Broadway all the way from Taylor Boulevard to Millbrae Avenue. And then, which is also included in downtown area specific plan, is Park Boulevard. You'll see this in the next slide. There's some visual description of where these streets are. So as I mentioned earlier, closing out Park Boulevard is in the downtown area close to the northern end near San Bruno, but it is part of our downtown specific plan. And then the other major streets are Broadway, which is the main streets going from to your left to your right at a diagonal. And then the cross streets are Hillcrest, La Cruz, Victoria, and Chadbourne, all within between Magnolia and El Camino Real. Next slide. Just to give you an idea and just a reminder of what's in our specific plan, this is the existing conditions of Broadway. This is why we call it a streetscape improvement plan. Is that the parking is actually right now angled, but it's actually going to be changing to parallel parking. And with, as was shown on the next slide, we're going to expand it and widen the sidewalk. So next slide, please. So this is one of the transition plans that's all in there. This is just as a quick little reminder in terms of what's in our downtown specific plan. So if you have any questions, but the next slide, please. All the work is expected to be about $2 million. So we will be expecting to meet the OBAG minimum grant requirement of 20% or $400,000, and we would be submitting a grant application for $1.6 million. The construction is expected to be in spring of 2028 and be completed by the end of 2028, which would be within the 2030 cycle timeframe. All right, next slide, please. Moving on to the third application is the bike and pedestrian crossing over El Camino Real near Millbrae Avenue. It's to fund planning, feasibility study, as well as design and construction of a proposed pedestrian and bicycle bridge crossing. This will provide an alternate route across State Route 82, also known as El Camino Real, that is more safe and reliable than an at-grade crossing. This grant application will also support programs such as Safe Routes to School, Safe Routes to Transit, as well as our Bay to Trail programs. So that's, I believe this is a very good candidate based on those factors. Next slide. Right now is just a quick little exhibit of where the location is. The intersection of Millbrae and El Camino Real is marked in circle, and the transit center is marked in the star. So this is the focus area of the study, as well as the location of, the expected location of the bridge if it gets funded and approved. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, it's to first provide the feasibility. OBAG is primarily construction, but that's why we actually applied for TFCA as well. It allows some planning and designing. So we believe that applying this as a joint project will make this project more competitive. Please. The rough order of magnitude cost estimate is about $10 million. The maximum for both grants, even though we're applying for 2 grants, is still $4 million. And so that means the local match will be $6 million to make up for the total cost amount, $10 million. So with that, next slide, please. One of the actual requirements also is to get, not requirements, but one of the grant considerations to get letter of support and resolutions. So this is why we're here for the resolution. But last week, in the June 16th meeting of the Millbrae's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, they reviewed and voted to approve these 3 applications. Next slide, please. So is a recommendation to adopt 3 resolutions to submit grant applications. One application under the, 2 applications under one Bay Area Grant Cycle 4, one for the Aviador Avenue Bridge and the Downtown Specific Plan, and then a joint application under the OBAG 4 and TFCA for the El Camino Real Bikeway Crossing Project. And the resolution will also then authorize the city manager or designee to execute all grant agreements and supporting documentations for these projects if they are awarded. So with that, I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haya, and we're going to go directly to public comment. I have one in-house speaker, former Mayor Ann Schneider.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just add real quick to the staff presentation. So also the Aviador Bridge that was mentioned, we know that we need to get that, there's an interim fix. We need to get that bridge open before the rainy season. And so working with Fioli and Mr. Ahmed Haya, there is a solution we'll be bringing back to the city council for an interim fix to shore up the bridge until a permanent bridge can be funded and replaced, so we can get that open during the rainy season.
Thanks for the point information, City Manager Williams. Former Mayor Schneider, please.
I'm going to use Ann Schneider, 9 years of serving on CCAG BPAC and having read many, many TDA and a couple of OBAG 2 and 3 grant applications. First, I'm really happy to hear that the overpass is at Millbrae Avenue and not at Murchison. That was huge when I read this. Second, I think you never know what a funding agency is really looking at. And when I looked at the 3 projects, I think they're all good, but I think that the Aviador Bridge has the best chance because it crosses multiple subject areas. And what I did write to the city manager and the mayor is quite often where Millbrae has slipped up in grants is by not going out and looking at what MTC or CCAG is actually looking for, and then making sure that references to all of those things are written in the grant. So, for example, the Aviador Bridge is critical to the Bay Trail. The Bay Trail, that sadly the route that was chosen is to go up Aviador and then connect to the train tracks and run along the train tracks. But it's critical to that. It's critical for public safety. It's critical for evacuation. I hate to say dump as much in there as possible, but dump as much in there as possible on that. And especially if you can kind of find out what the inside track will be. The other problem that at least happened in OBAG 3 is that CCAG staff actually chose which ones were to go forward. And we went under $1 million thinking we'd have a better chance, and then CCAG never put those forward. So I like that you split into 2 different categories. It might increase the chances on there, but same thing, try to figure out, you have a former mayor of Millbrae on MTC. Try to figure out what they like, because honestly, San Mateo gets less of the OBAG money than the other cities within the MTC region. We've always historically gotten less money. That means the entire county. So I would encourage you to reach out to Commissioner Pappen and see what she might be able to say on that. But I wish you good luck. Really read the grants, really look at the scoring criteria. The biggest weakness in all three of them is none of them are in the plans that were approved when I was still on council. The grants that get awarded a lot of the grant money have specifically cited as many times as possible what is in all of a city's planning documents. That's another way that you get points in your grant scoring. So just really look at that scoring criteria and dive into it deep, and I wish you all good luck. Three great projects. Thank you.
Thank you, former Mayor Schneider. Are there any hands that are up online, City Clerk?
There are none.
Thank you very much. Bringing it back to council for any questions or comments for staff.
Real quick.
Vice Mayor Fung.
Thank you. So thank you for bringing all these three projects, onto the application, especially the one that across El Camino Real to Millbrae Avenue. I remember it was 2-3 years ago, maybe about a couple of years ago, there was actually a fatal accident late at night and how fast these cars were driving on El Camino Real. And it's hard to see sometimes. And I believe there has been a fatal accident. And how dangerous these intersections are. And there are a lot of really dangerous intersections here in the peninsula, and this is one of them. And so, how important this, this bike and pedestrian bridge is in terms of increased safety. Much like Hawley, much like, the Broadway, Great Separation Project, how dangerous some of these intersections are, and sometimes these fatalities. This is the solution to pedestrian safety. And so I think that needs to be clearly stated in these applications and why they're important and why they're top priorities.
Any other council comments over here? Vice Mayor Nguyen, Councilmember Riley. Councilmember Nguyen, Councilmember Riley. Sorry, it's getting late. With that being said, I'm going to make a motion to accept some comments that came in during public comment, work with former Commissioner Pappen, if she's so willing, to provide some guidance, take Mayor Fung's comment to use some of the statistics from past incidents that may have occurred over there. I know that goes very well with BPAC. I sit on BPAC. So take that suggestion, try to incorporate as much of it into the presentation for the application that you're going to be submitting. So I'll make a motion to accept the projects as presented here. Can I get a second? So motion was by Rinaldi, second was by Councilmember Nguyen. So we'll go to the vote.
The proposed resolutions from item 18 are approved by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. That moves us to our last agenda item, which is number 19, which is adoption of resolutions approving the city's technology disruption policy and public meeting outreach and interpretation policy in compliance with Senate Bill 707, amendments to the Brown Act. This is an action item. City Clerk, go ahead and present the report.
Thank you, Mayor. And members of City Council, tonight I provide an overview of two policies that staff has prepared in response to Senate Bill 707, amendments to the Brown Act, which includes the technology disruption policy and the public meeting outreach and interpretation policy. These policies are intended to ensure the city remain compliant with new state law and while continuing to provide transparent, accessible, and inclusive public meetings. Next slide, please. Senate Bill 707 was signed by Governor Newsom on October 3rd, 2025, and amends several provisions of the Brown Act relating to public access and participation in local government meetings. Many of these new requirements became effective on January 1st, 2026, while additional requirements are applicable to eligible legislative bodies become effective on July 1st, 2020. The Millbrae City Council is considered an eligible legislative body under 707 because the city is located within a county with a population of at least 600,000. As a result, these additional requirements apply to city council meetings, but not to city commission committees. SB 707 requires agencies to provide a two-way remote participation, public participation, which we have continued since the pandemic. Adopt a policy addressing the technology disruption, implement public outreach and language access measures, translate agendas when required by law, and provide enhanced public access to meeting information. Promoting public participation opportunity awareness. To comply with these requirements, staff have prepared these two policies. Next slide, please. The first one is technology disruption policy. It establishes how the city will respond when internet, telephone, live stream, and other technology issue prevents members of the public from remotely attending, observing, or participating in a meeting. The policy defines what constitute a technology disruption and distinguish between minor and minor disruption, such as temporary audio or video issues and significant disruption that substantially impair public access. It outlines procedures before and during meetings, including when staff may recommend a delay in a meeting or when the mayor can call for a recess and steps staff will take to restore public access. These efforts include troubleshooting software, switching to backup equipment, or working with service providers to restore service. The policy also established a procedure for reconvening meetings and document significant disruptions in meeting minutes. Overall, the policy provides clear direction to staff while ensure public access and continue Brown Act compliance during technology disruption. Next slide, please. The second policy is the public meeting outreach and interpretation policy, establishing procedure for public outreach, language assistance interpretation service, and agenda translation requirements. The policy formalized many of the practices the city already performs, including providing meeting information through the city's website, e-notification, social media, and outreach to community organization and interested stakeholders. It also established procedures for member of the public to request interpretation services, translated materials, and other language assistance. Based on the most recent American Community Survey data, Chinese meet the threshold established by 707 for applicable language. As a result, beginning on July 1st, 2026, City Council agendas will be translated to traditional Chinese to comply with the law. Staff will continue to review the demographic and language access data periodically to ensure ongoing compliance with state requirements. In addition, the policy reinforced the city's commitment to accessibility by ensuring agendas continue to include information regarding language assistance, disability accommodations, and alternate formats. The purpose of the policy is to encourage broader public participation and ensure meetings remain accessible, transparent, and inclusive. Next slide. So staff recommends the City Council adopt the resolution approving the technology disruption policy and public meeting outreach and interpret policy in compliance with SB 707. And this concludes my presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, City Clerk Elaine. Do we have any public comment? I don't have any in-house speaker slips. Do we have anyone online?
No, we do not.
None. So passing it back to council, love to entertain a motion to move forward. Got a motion and a second.
I just want to make one quick comment. It's about time. It's about time to get that done. This particular policy, that is.
Thank you for the feedback. So motion by Fung and second by Ronald. Item number 19 passed by a vote of 4-0.
Fantastic. So this brings us to our last portion of the agenda here, which is council comments. If we could be incredibly brief with them. So I'll start with Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay, very quick. I attended the Samtrans opening, and that was very exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that, and especially Millbrae Station. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Riley.
Went to the San Bruno Juneteenth party the week before Saturday, and I saw Bob Nguyen and the mayor, vice mayor, and also manager. Everyone there. Thank you so much.
Definitely a great event. And Vice Mayor Fung.
Thank you so much. I just want to take a moment and just let the community recognize that the ribbon cutting of Samtran and what it means to all of us as a city, where all the transit, Millbrae is the intermodal stations, in the state, if not west of Mississippi. The reality is Samtran and TA as well as Caltrain all converging in that location, headquartered here. This is a dream come true and long overdue, quite frankly. And to make that happen, thank you for the entire staff making this happen. And also at the same time, the will of the council to build out the entire station as part of the MSASP and the development that has been approved many years ago. So, very thankful to see this whole thing comes full circle and come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fung. It's interesting how all of our minds are kind of on the same topic for council comments. Just want to thank everyone that was able to make it out there. There was quite a few people, didn't get the chance to thank everyone, as I should. Want to make sure they get the credit where credit's due. It's clear Samtrans has its new headquarters at our intermodal transportation hub, which is the largest west of the Mississippi, and it's become the cornerstone of that. Milestones like this don't happen overnight very easily. A lot of people to thank. Our planning commissioners, past and present, especially ones that were in attendance like Maureen Davis and Catherine Quigg, they put a lot of long hours and hard work to set the foundation for this project. Their service is unpaid and their impact's lasting. Also want to thank Community Development Director Brad Meisner, along with City Manager Tom Williams and longtime consultant Harry Burrows, whose leadership and technical expertise helped move the project from concept to construction and ultimately to completion. Last but not least, I want to thank the full City Council of 2016 to 2020. They all happen to be former mayors: Annie Oliva, Ruben Holliber, Ann Schneider, Wayne Lee, and Gina Pappen. They helped guide this project through its most pivotal years and into its ultimate fruition. So everyone that contributed to bringing Samtrans' new headquarters to life, thank you very much for helping Millbrae reach this moment. Your work has strengthened our city and our regional future. With that being said, I'm going to close in memory tonight as we adjourn this city council meeting. Tonight, the meeting adjourns in memory of Gary Emerson Griggs, a respected engineer, educator, community advocate, and a longtime Millbrae resident. Throughout his life, Mr. Griggs dedicated himself to improving communities through public infrastructure, mentoring future generations, and actively engaging in civic life. His commitment to public service extended beyond his professional accomplishments and was reflected in his efforts to improve his neighborhood and support the Millbrae community. Gary Griggs will be remembered for his intellect, generosity, leadership, and lasting contributions to the communities he served. Our thoughts are with his children, family, friends, and all who were fortunate to know him. His legacy of service, mentorship, and community involvement will long be remembered. In his honor, tonight's City Council meeting in the memory of Gary Emerson Griggs will adjourn at 11:21 p.m. Thank you all.